Divine One, um, as I said, the creator of all things. So I give thanks for the earth that we stand upon, the air that we breathe, the sunshine that gives us life, and the water that also gives us life, the trees and the shrubs and everything that comes to help us, nourish us, and to keep us going. So I give thanks to the Ludamari, the creator of all things, the divine one. I also give thanks to our Ori, which is our head. I give thanks for the fact that we should listen. We've got a mind. We need to listen to our mind sometimes, instead of sort of like running off ahead and doing things and getting ourselves into all kind of sort of problems. But I give thanks to our Ori. And I start by giving thanks to our ancestors, the good ancestors that got taken away from the shores of our home many, many years ago and dotted all the way around the world. Um, the travel on the ships was, as I said, even though they say that we've been reincarnated and we come back, the trauma of that seeing people losing their lives and seeing people when they had the chance just basically jumping ship because they didn't want to continue going with the torture that was actually put on them, and even not even wanting to go forward with anything, all the other atrocities their probably minds wasn't even able to comprehend. But for the good ancestors, I say good ancestors because not all of our ancestors were good. We had quite a few traitors amongst us. So it's the good ancestors I call upon to give thanks to. So for the strength that they had to pull and draw on, their courage, their tenacity, their wanting to survive. Because if it wasn't for their strength and their willingness to survive, half of us or most of us wouldn't be here today. So we've got to give thanks to those ancestors, the ones that survived and the ones that wanted to survive and the ones that carried on living and dotted all the way around the world. I say thank you and ashe. So for those ancestors, that I also say thank you to our leaders, our heroes and our sheroes. Everybody should know my favorite leader is the Right Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. And I am trying to put some things in place. That's why, hence we got the Garvey Village. So I'm taking sort of like just a little leaf out of his book. I'm just taking a part of the mantle. So there's other parts of that from Marcus Garvey that anybody else can take up a mantle, take up a part, because I'm not asking that we all take up everything what the Right Honourable Marcus Messiah Garvey done or put in place. But what I say is we all take one part, and if we all take one part of whatever we can do, then us as a people will go and we'll move far. So for all our leaders, heroes and sheroes and warriors who helped to open those doors or kick down those doors, open those pathways for us so that we could actually, be where we are today. We're not as far as we should be, but if it wasn't for those leaders, heroes and sheroes who actually put themselves out or put their lives on the line, we would be a lot far back than we are now. So for all those leaders, heroes, sheroes, and warriors, names we know, names we don't know, names that we may never know, or names we may have even forgotten. And but they all played a part in helping us to be the people who we are today, and left the mantle for us to pick up to strive forward. And it's for those ancestors, those warrior spirits, those leaders that we call upon so that we can have their strength and have their guidance to carry on picking up that mantle, or just carrying on, because we're at a time where we need as a people to stand together, as one voice. And so for those leaders, heroes and sheroes, I say thank you and ashe. I also say thank you to my lineage. I say thank you to your lineage. I say thank you to all the heads and shoulders of all of our lineage who we stand upon, those ancestors, the good ancestors that's there with us from the time we're born right through to the time we pass on to the ancestors. And even though sometimes we believe that we are alone, rest assured we are not alone. They are there with us, guiding us. Sometimes we don't always hear them. And, you know, we can put ourselves in problems by not hearing them because they've got a cruel way of trying to put us back onto the right path. So for those good ancestors that's there with us, even though sometimes we believe we're alone, rest assured we're not alone. They are there. And they are there also for us to call on them and for guidance, calling them for help when the times that we need, or just calling them to say thank you because of maybe something's gone right in your life or something's materialized, you know. So just say thank you. You're calling them to say thank you. So when you do call on them, ask also that their answers be as clear as water so you can receive it, and let your minds be open to receive those messages, because those messages are going to come in many different ways, many different forms. It could come as a sign. You might see a white feather from nowhere, a black crow or something, or a fox, you know, in the oddest place or the oddest time. That's your ancestors giving you messages or giving you signs to say that they've actually heard you. So for our good ancestors that's there with us from the time that we're born right through to the time that we pass over, I say thank you and ashe. And it's this time when I take the opportunity to say thank you to my grandmother, Stefan Bailey, who I've never met, but I know that she's there with me, helping and guiding me. I also say thank you, and ashe. I also say thank you to my grandfather, Hubert Stair, who we called Mr. Stair. Because if it wasn't for my grandfather, Mr. Stair, I wouldn't know my family. So Hubert Stair, I say thank you and ashe. I also say thank you to my mother, Iona Pinnock, and my stepfather, Ivan Pinnock, because if they wasn't the people who they were, I wouldn't be the person who I am. So I say thank you to Iona and Ivan Pinnock and ashe. And this is the time when I do open up the floor, or you can open up your mics and say thank you to a loved one or somebody who you know has passed. It doesn't have to be recently. Or if you just want to big up one of our ancestors, you know, this time is yours. If not, then
Mama Matilda St. Louis.
Sorry?
Mama Matilda St. Louis.
Mama Matilda St. Louis. Thank you, Sister Kenaya.
Ashe.
Ashe. Ashe. Anybody else? No? Okay. All right. I shall leave that there, right there then. I see Sister Kemet has come into the house, which is absolutely brilliant because she has got some really good news. I mean, she's going to be doing a book launch. A book has been launched. And is it today, sis? Not quite. Was it yesterday? But her book, the launch of my Sister Kemet, is called Twisted. And it's a book of poems. And I would like to introduce to the screen our one and only Sister Kemet, and can let us know a bit more about your book.
PCR.
And the good news as well. I mean, it's only been out a day, maybe 2 days, if that.
Yeah, it's, well, the slogan that goes with it is twisted, more than just a book of poems, because it's really a history book, but written in poetry form relating to the African Holocaust. It came out, the book launch is not till Saturday coming, but it came out about 3 days now. And I've been having a lot of problems with Amazon. I'm trying to look for another printers and so forth, a lot of problems. And when I contact them, everybody they put me onto was a white South African, even the managers, you know, giving me hell to kind of stop the book. And then when I first put it up on Amazon, they sent me a notice saying that it goes against their community guidelines and all this kind of craziness. Yeah, so they're trying to aim it like probably banning the book by the Honourable Elijah Muhammad, the secret relationship between blacks and Jews, because they don't like when we talk the truth. So it's already creating a lot of controversy, but having my publicist challenge them, one of my publicists, the one that put the book out and up on Amazon, it just went like wildfire, and it's ranked #1. Today it was ranked #1 in the Black poem sections. That's worldwide.
Congratulations.
And #1 in Black literature. And in Amazon has 33 million books on its site, and it's ranked 637 out of 33 million.
Wow.
Also, and in the whole poetry section, and we're talking about your Shakespeare's, all the books they use in the universities, is ranked at #7 so far.
Well done. That's absolutely brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant. Would you like to let people know who you are and what you do? After all that, but still, that's
I'm funny enough, I've been in bed all day. I had an interview this morning. It was yesterday. I've been in bed all day because I had a bit of a migraine, and yeah, so I just rushed to get up and do this. So let me take it back a bit. Thank you, Auntie Jean, for all what you do and for allowing me to be on your platform, and finding the need to invite me on your platform. I truly appreciate it, and thank you so much for all the works that you do. I know you never stop, that's for sure, and I give thanks for that. So I'm not a good person that sells myself or anything. I can't really say, but I mean, we've got Gail Henry on there. That's one of my publicists. I can see it, and I think
brilliant.
Angie. So I don't know if there's anybody else that Sista Kemet, if it's the same one. I don't know if they want to say anything about the book, because they've Is that Sista Kemet?
Yes, that's Sista Kemet. Yes.
I'd just like to say that I only received the book not yesterday, the day before, or might have been first thing yesterday morning, and I sat out on the chair getting some rays from Tam-ARa, and from the time I opened the book, I couldn't stop reading it, and I got to about page 64, and I'm still going through. And at the moment, I've already said to Sista Kemet that I think it's poem 13, where it talks about our resistance, is the one that's really grabbed me so far. And for me, I found that as I'm reading it, it's actually each poem takes you on a separate journey. Yeah. And for me, I can feel like the ancestral spirit as I'm reading it, and it is truly, truly amazing. I haven't even finished it yet, but the bit that I have read, it's absolutely amazing. And power to Sista Kemet and to all of those that have made this possible, because it is absolutely amazing. And there's still sisters that are telling me that they've been purchasing it on Amazon and all different things going on. So the buzz is there, so we got to keep the buzz going and keep the fire rising, and build up the spirit of the ancestors. So give thanks for everything.
Give thanks, Anaya.
That's absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And Sister Gail, I see you've unmuted. I think you're going to say something. Sister Gail? Can't see. She's not saying anything. But anyway, let people know what you do, because you're another person who's unstoppable. When you come out with a book now, but I mean, let people know about you as well. Who you are, what you've done, what you've accomplished. I mean, still doing. Gosh.
Well, by profession, a teacher, school teacher, I have been for over 3 decades. And I've been up the ranks, assistant head teacher, so forth, educational consultant, but my greatest accolade for me is being a Pan-Africanist, you know. So I'm also a philanthropist, and I don't know. Like I said, I'm not the best person to sell myself. I'm not the best person.
But
Don't
I mean,
forget
you're
all the charity work, sis.
exactly.
Sorry?
All the charity work that you do in the motherland constantly, you know, tell everybody about the charity work that you do.
Yeah, my philanthropy work, I help to build schools and classrooms in different parts of Africa, support with getting books and resources to the Caribbean.
And the work for and also the work for St. Vincent as well. Don't forget that. That's been amazing. You're just on it all the time. Come on, sell yourself. You got the platform. Come true.
That's right.
Come true.
I don't know if Brother Olatunji wants to say something about the book, because he's an excellent critique of our works and researcher. I don't know if anyone listens to Arkebulon Speaks to. Is it Arkebulon Speaks, and it's on the Galaxy Radio?
Yeah, on Mondays.
The main research. He is the main researcher for that. Yes. Information's awesome. But I went to him to tell me what you think about this book, because if it's absolutely rubbish, or I'm taking it off.
Tam-ARa, can you hear me?
Yes, Tam-ARa.
Yeah, I want to hear that, Sista Kemet. I mean, I got the book on Kindle a couple of days ago. I've been going through it, and it really is. Let me just say, a lot of people don't like poetry, but this is a poetry book people don't like poetry, because it's really like a history, like Kemet said, it's really like a history book, and it really goes into the heart and soul of our experience, the atrocities, the traumas, also the resistance. It's almost like a love letter to our ancestors from those times. And it's really educational. So although it's quite traumatic in some respects, it's something our people need to know. Mm-hmm. So oftentimes people say, well, why another book about slavery? Have we dealt with that? Well, clearly we have. The fact that we speak in English means we haven't dealt with slavery. The fact we have European names means we haven't dealt with slavery. Mm-hmm. The fact that we're still oppressed and all the outcomes for us are worse than everybody else means we haven't dealt with slavery. So a book like this will help in that process, really. That's going to be it's really something I encourage everybody to get. Definitely. I think it's #1 bestseller. It's already sold. And if you don't know yet, when you get it, you'll find out why. So I just encourage the book to everybody. It really is. So we give thanks to Sista Kemet for giving us this gift as being a vessel for our ancestors who said this message is needed right now in this day and time. So give thanks to Sista Kemet.
Thank you, my brother. I don't know if Auntie Jean, if you want to play one of the poems.
Yeah, I can't email it to myself. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play it and let me know if you can hear it clearly. Okay? I'll play one of them. How's that?
No, not again. Here he comes, that filthy scum.
Is it coming through?
Yes,
it's a bit low though.
It's a bit low. All right, let me see if I can. How about now?
No, not again. Here he comes, that filthy scum, leaving his wife to get him some. Where's the wench? Who you talking about, sir? Who you think? Maribel. Now go get the whore. Tell her to meet me in the barn. She better be quick so there's no harm. He left the cabin with a cheeky grin. She's only 13. Now what a sin. Don't worry, Mama. It'll be quick. My darling baby, I feel so sick. So she leaves the cabin, so bold and so brave. It was the daily practice to rape the slave. Rape of a man, woman, or child is something one could never describe. It was for sure a daily practice. Only Satan himself would ever back this. The barn door creaks. The innocent is dragged and flung to the ground by the satanic old hag. So the raping begins of this innocent soul by this disgusting beast who has no form of control. If she had a knife, she would kill them all. Yet this devil brute was having a ball. Finally finished, and gets up to leave. All she could do was to heave and heave, vomit after vomit from the stench and the act. He needs to be dead, as a matter of fact. She ran back to her cabin, crying with shame. Mama holds her and says, "You're not to blame. This is part of your life." If that is the state, then somehow, my baby, you find a way to be brave. Mama sets the bed, full of herbs, full in hot water, set the nerves. She sings her a lullaby, which traveled from Africa. She remembers it so well before her capture in Ghana. She washes away the hurt and the pain. Don't cry, little child. Don't cry, little child. Your mother isn't home. Who are you crying for? My poor little child. Sleep peacefully. The hurt and the pain is washed away. Nonetheless, it is left to see another day.
That is one of the excerpts. That's absolutely brilliant. What inspired you to do it that way?
That book was written in 3 days.
Wow.
Book. What inspired me to write? I do write. I haven't done it for years. I haven't wrote poetry for years. And one of my friends had got stuck in Ghana during the pandemic, and she wrote a poetry book, and we set up food banks there in Ghana at the time during the pandemic. And when she went to the village, she asked them, "What else can we do for you?" So they had a bridge which is still broken, and they need it fixed because their agricultural land's at the other end of the side of the bridge. So she said, "Look, Kemet, we've got to try and help these people." So her poetry book, she said she'll give part of her proceeds to the villagers to fix the bridge. So I was like, okay, I'll do one, but I'll give them all the proceeds. And I thought, I'm going to write about 2020, the whole pandemic, everything that's going on, Black Lives Matter and the stupidness and everything else. So I put some headings down and I started to write. And everything I wrote, I was like, what rubbish is this? I started to write, and I was frustrated. So I went to my bed that night and I thought, what have I got myself into? Because I'm a person, my word is my bond. And I said to the ancestors and the Most High, look, you obviously don't want me to write about that. You write what you want me to write. And I woke up 2 o'clock in the morning and I just started to write, and all of it came. Wow. 3 days later, it was done.
Wow, that's truly amazing. That is truly, truly amazing. And to put our history into poetry like that is unique. And I think that, as I said, it counts. It shows for itself why it's gone straight to #1, because I don't think it's ever been done like this before.
Well, and Angie was saying to me today, like I said, I would class him as the greatest I don't even want to say, like, unknown kind of out.
Yeah.
And critique that we have in our community, without a doubt. And he was actually saying to me today, you know, Kemet, one thing, I don't think anything's been done like this before. Do you know? And I was like, hasn't it? But he goes, no. And I'm speaking for him. Maybe Brother Olatunji speak for himself. I don't know why, but he said that, but he did say that. I don't know whether it's been done before or not. I don't know. I've not come across it, but I didn't plan to do that. And with the different script writing, not all of them are script, but I used to have a performing arts academy for Black children. So I used to write all the scripts myself and all the musicals myself. So I'm okay with script writing. So they felt the need to utilize me in that way, to not just do poems, but to do as a script and a production.
Well, that's absolutely amazing. Shall I go down the line? I mean,
Sure.
talking bit in between, yeah? How did it come out? Did the audio come out
It cut
clear
out.
enough?
It cut out in certain bits.
It did? Okay.
Not very much though, but just in a few bits.
Okay. I'll go to the number 2.
Resistance and rebellion. Resistance and rebellion was in our nature. From free and Mama Africa, we would kick, punch, scratch, and fight, resisting as we could with all of our might. We would strangle the catchers with their own chains, but guns were mightier than the spears, so at times we resisted and rebelled week after week. Rebellion and resistance.
Right now, sis.
Sorry?
We
Now.
suicide at large. On some successful attempts, we would take charge. At the Amistad, just one ship to mention, overthrowing the captain and crew.
I'll start it again.
Resistance and rebellion. Resistance and rebellion was in our nature. From free in Mama Africa right to the capture, we would kick, punch, scratch, and fight, resisting as we could with all of our might. We would strangle the catchers with their own chains, but guns were mightier than the spears, so at times resisted in vain. We resisted and rebelled week after week. Rebellion and resistance was no place for the meek. On the ships, we jumped overboard, desiring suicide at large. On some successful attempts, we would take charge. At the Amistad, just one ship to mention, overthrowing the captain and crew, which soon got attention. On plantation, we did runaways, a daily activity for the captured African who would die for their liberty. Suicides and poisoning was a usual thing. Who the hell was Bukra to tie up any king? We used the drum to communicate with others on plantations near and far. They were our sisters and brothers. During all trying times, we were burned down plantations. Remember in 1791, the revolt by the Haitians? What about Nat Turner, the greatest of all? He knew all too well they all had to fall. He said, spare no one, not man, woman, nor child, as we know that these demons will oppress us with pride. Kill them all, let none get away, for today we remember our ancestors' names, and there you have the house Negroes who would poison them all by putting poisonous herbs in their food, no matter how small. So we continuously resisted with what fate would allow, and we never stopped resisting from then until now.
Wow. The ancestors are truly working through you, sis. Truly. Because how you've put it together with the poetry, it's, as I say, it's palatable and it's good for the ears. And also children can grasp that and they can learn that. And they're learning their history at the same time. It's the work of genius. I say, it's literally work of genius.
I'll definitely say the work of the ancestors. They're the genius. It's not me. I can't take any credit for it, really.
But they're working through you. They're working through you. Dawn has put powerful. So you said that everything just came and just flowed.
Yeah.
What was that feeling? Because I know you said you woke up you went to bed and you woke up.
Yeah, and it was like non-stop, and I might get an hour's sleep the next day in the afternoon, and I carried on, and the next day, and then I called my daughter, and I was like, okay, when she came around the first day, I was like, check this out, and she's like, wow. I was like, okay, where should I stop? Because I don't know what number to stop at, because I was just writing, and so she's like, well, maybe go to 20. I was at 15. I was like, 20? That's too long. And then I said, no, I'm going to meditate on this because I'm ready to stop. And then the ancestors said to me, I want you to stop at 33.
Wow.
Like that.
And wow.
I can't think of nothing for 33 in writing. And they downloaded right up to 33. And when I haven't got it on me, there's a great significance in the master number 33 and what
yes.
about, you know, connecting with the ancestors and what else? I don't know, and being creative and all that kind of stuff. So there's the significance of why they wanted me to stop at 33.
That's absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And I know you had a couple of hitches with Amazon, but have they managed to, are they going to be correcting it, or are you going to?
Kind of, but they're giving me trouble. But I'm just gonna take it somewhere else. I'm gonna try and upload it another time. I did take it off at one stage, but people was like, "No, put it back on because I want to get it." You know, especially in the States, because people's been posting it on their social media and different things. This is not just black people. This is white people as well.
Wow.
Talking about, I suppose that's why it's gone to, you know, put it at the top of the black literature and. I don't know what to say, but it is a trilogy. The ancestors downloaded Twisted, which was easy, talking about our Holocaust. Then what comes next? The next one is Straight, where I actually put the record straight of how we were pre the African Holocaust, the great kingdoms of Ghana, Mali, Songhai, African spirituality, everything else that goes with it. Now, they haven't downloaded anything, so I think I'm going to have to really work on this one. And then the last part of the trilogy is going to be Strands, where I'm going into, you know, after slavery and segregation, right up to apartheid, colonialism, neo-colonialism, Garvey, all of them, right, Pan-Africanism, right up to where we are today.
Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. And I can't wait for the others to come out, but you know, we've got to digest this one first.
I can't say that they're going to be half as good because it's not that. It's like they're leaving me to do these ones on my own, but they do big ones. So I don't know.
No, it will come because I mean they've planted the seed for the other two, so it will come. So I believe that the way the ancestors work, they're just making sure that the Twisted gets out properly, and basically it should be in schools. Yeah. You know.
Auntie Jean say, a couple of people say, "Oh, I'm not interested in that. Why are you writing about slavery? Look how long it was, and why do you want to still talk about slavery? And nobody needs to know that." And what we don't realize is it's the slavery is that Holocaust is the roots of the crisis of where we are today. Do you know?
It's true.
Nobody else forgets their past, whether it's the horrific part, whether it's the glorious part, or whatever. But we're so quick to just forget about ours. But the ancestors probably understand that it'll be lost. We're like the last people that's going to be interested in it, or you know, not pay homage to it, but bring about an awareness of it. So it's like we need to get it out there so it never gets forgotten for the next generations to come, because nobody else is forgetting any of their past.
No, and they're told never to forget their past.
Exactly.
But when it comes to us, it's sort of like, oh, it's been a long time ago. Don't know why you keep bringing that back up. But
it's not that long ago. That's the thing.
Exactly. It isn't that long ago. It is not that long ago at all. And the fact that it needs to come out, we're in the time of awakening. And I believe your book and the way it's put together with our history and put into poetry will let our story be told.
Thanks, sis.
It's going to let our story be told. You know, even for those who don't want to hear it, you know, the ways, because it's put into poetry, they will read it and they will hear it. They'll hear it. And especially, as you said, you've done the audio part as well. So if you put it in audio as well, you're going to go clear.
And the person that's doing the audio, what you're hearing, is a young sister, age 22, and she does my goddaughter, all the accents, everything.
Oh, brilliant.
I'd like to get her on at some stage. She's awesome.
Oh, that would be absolutely brilliant.
You hear the English accent when she's reading now Twisted, or one of the other poems. It's the same person. All the accents are her, every single bit.
Well, you know something, sis, you're gonna have to come back and bring your niece with you. You know, once, because your the launch is when 2 weeks time. When is it? When's the launch?
Saturday.
Oh, it's Saturday.
Saturday coming.
Okay, so whereabouts are you going to be doing that?
It's, oh God, I ain't got the address. If anyone's got it, got it, Sista Kemet. Marketing. I just do. Yeah.
Listen.
I'm the word.
Listen, you can't, as you said, you can't be, you touch on so many things anyway, you know what I mean? So it's not everything that, you know, you're going to get your head around, you know, but the main things is what you get your head around and what you do, and you do best, and you do well. You do very well. So, you know, the little things like marketing, you don't have to worry that. Get other people to do that for you. Yeah. Sister,
oh, she's on it.
Sister Gail, is she still hiding?
She's probably hiding. I don't know.
Sister Gail, I see you unmuted.
Maybe she can't.
Okay. Yeah. So tell us a little bit more about the work that you do in Africa before you come back.
I used to work with a village in the Gambia who, since slavery down to colonialism, didn't even have a school in their region. What would happen is that they would have to travel across the river, and a lot of parents wouldn't send their children across the river because it's dangerous. Mm-hmm. So they ended up not having a school for many years. So I worked with a brother in setting up the school and some classrooms, and then I built a kitchen for them. So they can.
Wow.
So that's been going on for a little while. That project's finished. Food banks.
So when did that project start?
That started about 7 years ago. Yeah, and
okay.
About 3 years ago. Yeah, about 4 years ago. And also just sending resources, mainly sending resources of books and holding workshops to folks in the Gambia, not speaking to the women, but speaking to the men to stop female genital mutilation. So
okay.
That kind of work.
And that's a good thing as well. So, I mean, how did that go? How did that go down with the male? And how did you approach them? How, you know, because they say it's...
Because I found out I was wasting time, because I was speaking to women and said, look, you can't allow this, it's this, you know, but being sensitive because it's the culture. And there was like, well, I don't want it for my daughter, you know, because I remember how it was for them, you know. And I thought, you know what, they're going to do it because the men want it. I need to speak to the men. So most of the men I spoke to said, no, it's just the culture and whatever. But I explained to them, when I explained to them why it shouldn't be so and whatever, I said, would you want your daughter? They was like, no. I said, but it's women that, so I was like, no, something did there. So a lot of them did take it on board and try to speak to other people about it.
Okay, so how do you think that is actually going now? Has that made some waves?
I haven't come back to see since the lockdown and so forth, but that's one thing what I want to go back to see and find out, you know, if there were any changes with regards to that.
Because I'd be really interested in if that had made changes, because as you said, you speak to the women, they say it's the men. You speak to the men, they say it's the women, and yet they're keeping it all up. Nobody likes it, but they're still carrying on with it.
Exactly.
And yet it's something that can be stopped.
Exactly. But I think the women allow it because it's the culture, and they think, oh well, no, men is not going to have you if you're not circumcised, that kind of thing. So. But so the men has to say to the women, basically, I don't want you if you're circumcised. So that would change, you know? Yeah.
So it's a part of re-education. So the school also could help there as well, isn't it?
Exactly. So shops at the school around it, speaking to them, stuff like that. Yeah.
So how many teachers have you got at the school?
There was 7 when the first school, because the school was there when I got there, but with 1 classroom. When I did the project, it had 4 classrooms and a big classrooms and a kitchen, and it started off with 30 something children. When I left it, it had over 1,300 children.
Really?
Yeah, so where they have to do it in shifts, and the government sends the teachers in.
Oh, absolutely brilliant. So what is the age ranges?
It's a primary school.
Okay.
11.
That's absolutely brilliant. Well done. God, and that's just one of many other things you're doing, because you're also involved with
The silence.
Sorry?
Someone say something.
Sister Kemet? I thought you said something. St. Vincent is another one of your projects.
Yeah, well, the Caribbean as a whole, before any of St. Vincent or any of the other islands, what they were so-called classed as the Lesser Antilles, like your St. Vincent, your St. Lucia's, Barbados, and all of that. Before that, I was doing more in Jamaica, like sending resources down and, taking resources for girls projects and helping out families, that kind of thing. So then in Barbados, I started to send resources to libraries and things like that. Where else? St. Vincent support. I've always sent books and different resources down, and with the volcano sent loads, like more or less a container full of stuff, barrels and loads of stuff. That's it really.
I mean, it's brilliant. I mean, your contacts, how did you get your contacts to actually start? Because a lot of people would like to, or talking about it, but don't actually put anything into action. So if you was giving somebody advice on how to go about it?
I think for me, I've been traveling from the time I know myself as a baby, especially being raised in a Pan-Africanist household. My dad is is a very, very strong Pan-Africanist, so it's not something I picked up on. I was born into it. So getting started is going to places and going where the people are. With grassroots stuff from very young, because I've seen my mum and dad do it. That was them. They would go to the grassroots where the people are, see what the needs is, and always do. That's how I did it. So I would advise, if you want to do it, just go out there and do it. Sister Angie Rose is on there, and her and her husband and their team were prime examples of that. Prime examples.
That is true. That is true. But I mean, to have so many projects, because I know you've been going on from a little while now, and I got in contact with you. I met you when you was doing the Power Sis.
Yeah.
And that was just a project. So would you let people know about what the Power Sis was all about?
Power Sis, I had a vision to create a project with a group of sisters, to bring them together and just see where different needs are within our community, not just nationally, but internationally. So we did that, and we started off by bringing speakers over and holding workshops for goddesses only, showing movies, conscious movies, and speaking about it after. And we used to have the Woman of Substance award ceremony, where it was like a silver service dinner, and we'll give out awards to people in the community. And people, when that, is it Black Girl Rocks, BET?
Yes, yeah.
That came back, so many people said to me, "Oh my God, it reminds me of Woman of Substance. Watch this program, like what you used to do, the banqueting suite." So yeah, it's that kind of thing. Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So, what other projects? That's done.
Power Sis Empower the World is still going on. We have Power Sis sisters mainly in the US, and we've got people in the US, different parts of Africa, in the Caribbean. So they're doing the groundwork. Even now, I'm like I said, with the lockdown, I'm unable to fly because I weren't doing their testing up my nose and things like that. Not part of that game. So with that, you know, I'm lucky enough, the volunteers were out there doing the work, even receiving the barrels and distributing things to families and carrying on the workshops. One of the main Paris's volunteers is in Atlanta, Georgia. She does a lot of the groundwork there, Sister called Summer. So it's still happening, but all over the place.
That is still wonderful. That's absolutely amazing, because because you've done the groundwork and you've got the foundations already set up. COVID hasn't stopped you. All of this nonsense hasn't stopped you. You're still able to still help, you know, people, not only in this country, but, you know, in many other countries as well. You know, I totally take my hat off to you. Really do. I really, really do. You know, and you talk about me still going. I mean, you've done so much and still doing. You know, and you're so modest about it as well. It's almost like you're blushing, and you shouldn't. You should be proud.
I'm just a person that, you know, people who know me know that I'm kind of hardcore because I'm radical, you know, to protect humanity, protect our people and all that. But when it comes to, like, you know, I can't make you doing this and say I'm not that person.
Yeah.
I'm not that person.
Yeah. Sista Kemet, how long have you known Sista Kemet? Because I know you write poetry as well, so...
Yes, I do. Oh, goodness. A good amount of years. I can't even think how many. And I know her father very well. I've known her father... Well, our fathers know each other. That's how far back. That's how far back it goes. So we're talking a long time. Long time. Long time. If you say that.
And as I said, that, and you know poetry, you write written poetry yourself as well. So, you know, also the accolade coming from you is also something, you know.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've been finding I've been writing more poetry since lockdown, more than I'd ever known. So, and again, very much an ancestral thing, you know. So, I understand totally what Sista Kemet says in terms of you know, it's almost like it's like the spirit. I find with the poetry that the spirit finds you. When I've tried to write poetry in a particular type of way, it's almost like it doesn't want it. And then I find that I'm writing the poetry sometimes the night before or sometimes the day of when it's actually needed. But that's because that's the spirit actually finding you to create what it is that's actually manifesting.
Right.
And you don't actually know how the thing's going to turn out until when it's finished. And it's one of the most powerful things. It's something that you can't even begin to describe, but it kind of takes hold of you, and it's like it's an opportunity to kind of pour and get it out. And it's like when you've got all of that in your being, it's like you have to let it kind of evolve and become.
So you know exactly where Sista Kemet was coming from when she was saying that she got to download and
definitely
go with it. You have to go with it. And obviously, Sista Kemet, they've used or picked on Sista Kemet because of, I believe, the work that you've done and have been doing. So who better to download our history to? And you said you've done poetry as well. Which part did you do poetry? I mean, I know this is go ahead.
Sorry, I used to do it. You know, you just write poems when you're young and whatever. And I've always liked poetry writing. But I was going to say something and I can't remember. I can't remember. There's something. Oh, but I'm also a historian. My first degree is in history. So, you know, yeah.
Oh, okay. So hence, as I said, the knowledge as well. But as I said, you know, to put it all together, is totally amazing. The way it's done is so unique. You know, I'm literally blown away. And I think it's time for another episode. I'm going to play
15 lashes. Please, Miss Laura May, I beg you, please, don't make me pay. Stop me so extremely harsh. You'll make me see some breakneck glass. Just be more careful, you negro bitch. Come by the tree. I'll get the whip. Be at the whipping tree. I shall meet you there, you negro wench, if I care. You'll get 15 strikes with my whip. Let's see if master still wants those hips. He looks at you, but never at me. Negro wench, how could this be? Just looking and lusting all over you, and you're black as tar, and with that big butt too. When he sees you, he has no control, and your hair's so nappy, it can't be flicked to a bow. For this, for sure, I'll make you pay. You'll have 15 lashes every day.
And that was the thing as well back then, you know. And it's not like to say that the women asked for it or wanted it, you know?
No choice, you know?
Yeah.
There's a rape and abuse from the master and rape and abuse from mistress, because one thing for sure, the white man lusted over the black woman, and the white woman lusted over the black man.
Yeah.
You know, there's one even about the black man. Oh my, what a buck. What about? Yeah, I think so. You know, and it talks about the I don't know if you'll be able to find it, but she's basically looking at the black man and lusting after him, and tells him to come and meet me at the cabin at the plantation house, that the master won't be back till after 9, and he's saying I can't, because if I get caught, you know, basically,
yeah,
whatever. And she says to him, the last bit's what she says to him, you know, you better come and don't be late. And if the master comes back, if the master comes and they get caught or whatever, she'll have to do what she's taught, and that is to holler out rape.
And that is what they usually do when they got found out, isn't it?
They even do it now. Say that and do this, do that, and then many of them incarcerated for the same thing, even now.
Yeah, yeah.
Just to add very quickly, it is called What a Buck, and it's poem number 18, and it's page 59.
Can you read it, Sister?
I was going to say, could you read it, Sister Kemet?
I can do. Got it right here.
You can see I haven't got anything. Terrible. I'm not.
Listen,
okay.
You're brilliant. You're not terrible. You're brilliant.
Okay. What a buck. Oh my, what a buck. Those strapping shoulders, built like boulders, and not to mention that big, strong back. What's your name? She asks. Strongborough, he answers. Well, listen here, boy. Come and see me tomorrow. Tomorrow, I can't now. So much work to do. What if we get caught? And Massa knew. Oh, listen, Borrow. Don't you pay him no mind. Massa won't be back till well after 9. Sorry about that. Till well after 9. Make sure you're on time. Don't you worry. If you turn up late, you'll be sorry. How can I wait to hold you so? Your chocolate skin like dark cocoa. So just hurry, Borrow, because we can't get caught. For if we are, I'll do what's taught. If your massa comes early, you'll know the fate. I'll have no choice but to holler out rape. That's it.
You know what's interesting to me? It's how we read things so differently. I like the flow what Sista Kemet had, but how they downloaded it, it's just amazing. And I think that's why I love poetry as well, because it's like, obviously I can't do an American accent or anything, but to hear different people read certain poems from the book, it just kind of wow, it's just like I don't know, it's like it's different.
It just makes it more powerful, isn't it? With the different ways it's said.
Yeah.
I mean, when you got the download, did you actually hear it?
I actually heard it.
You actually heard it.
Yeah. So, for example, what oh my, what a buck, if I can find it. Keep in mind how Sista Kemet said it, okay, because it's kind of short. I'm going to see if I can find it. And I'll try and read it. I can't.
You've got the book.
But I do it how how it was downloaded to me. But she's trying to be seductive, something what I can't do.
Okay.
But I'll do it at the pace of how it came to me. It's like, oh my, what a buck. Those strapping shoulders built like boulders, and not to mention that big strong back. What's your name, she asks. Strong Barrow, he answers. Well, listen here, boy, come and see me tomorrow. Tomorrow? I can't, ma'am. So much work to do. What if we got caught and Master knew? Oh, listen, Barrow, don't you pay him no mind. Master won't be back till well after 9. Make sure you come on time, and don't you worry. If you turn up late, you will be sorry. How I can't wait to hold you so, your chocolate skin like dark cocoa. So just hurry, Barrow, because we can't get caught. For if we are, I'll do what's taught. If your master comes early, you know the fate. I have no choice but to holler out rape. That's how I heard it. But with an American Southern.
Yeah. But I mean, he's in a predicament because now he can't win no matter what.
And what would happen is that there's another one called Labor Pains, but it's better that you read it or play it to get a feel of it. And what would happen? These people end up pregnant, and then when the baby comes out black, they're gonna get killed, tied at the stake or whatever, and then they got to find out who did it. But more often than not, all the brothers would say, I did it, and they don't know who did it, because all of them would back each other. Just knew it wasn't their fault, but all of them will be whipped, stripped, a lot of them castrated because of it. And
wow.
This is the problem, this was the issue. This is the trauma. This is everything,
Good. Sister Queen Nzingha, you have a question?
Greetings, everyone. Well, I really just wanted to make a comment on that. And the truth is that the slavery, the mental slavery, is still going on today. When you listen to this, I mean, I read a load of those books years back. I don't have them now, but our people have been traumatized, and we're still traumatized right now, especially our young men, because they take up with these people. And I mean, I just don't understand if nobody's teaching them anything in their families. And when you say anything, everybody begs. So it's a big issue, and it's a mental trauma that's ongoing. Greetings, Sister Kemet.
But it's how they survived back then.
Can I add one little thing, Auntie June? I've just come off of the Global African Congress workshop. They have an international meeting every Sunday, and we had the people from Namibia speaking on the insult that the Germans are perpetuating against them, with some measly offer of a pittance for the genocide that was carried out on their people even before slavery. And millions were massacred, and the government is actually, if you like, moving with the Germans as opposed to moving with the people to get them good. I didn't know there was an extermination policy against those people.
Really?
Yeah, it's there. They have the laws on the books right now. So, you know, we have such a lot of unearthed information. And yeah, I just wanted to say that in support of them because they really were quite distraught. Yeah.
Wow. Wow. As I said, our people are still going through it.
Oh, Sister Jean, just to let you know, I sent the details of the book launch to your WhatsApp.
Oh, thank you.
Just so that you're aware. I put a message in the chat.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
No problem.
All right. I'm going to play another excerpt.
Mulatto. Who can trust a mulatto? The mulatto girl, the mulatto boy, being the product for master's joy. Birthed from a wench who mistress would hate, the final end product from constant rape. She feels that she's better no matter the weather, and that being high yellow high is her stake. She looks down on others with full African blood. She would rather be mulatto than a true royal one. She does not understand why she works in the fields with the Negro slaves who have no free will. When Massa is home, she can work in the house, a little entitlement he may sometimes allow. Still not understanding when Massa's away, it is back to the fields to work cotton or cane. She thinks that she's privileged when in Massa's big house, not minding the abuse from the disgust of his spouse. Cooking and cleaning and washing her clothes, being a slave to someone you loathe. Mistress spitting and kicking her day after day. She could not care less. She's a mulatto slave. Oh, mulatto, mulatto. I wish you'd imagine how your ma loves you more, though not born out of passion. So, my sweet mulatto dear, come close, please, and listen. Please take some time to go ahead and figure. To everything white, whether father or mother, mulatto child, you're just another nigger.
Is that a fact? I mean, that a fact. But that's still going on today as well. You know, it's still going on today. And you know, when I was listening to that, you know what comes to my mind? Visualizing an actual play or screening or filming with the poetry in the background, and you can see the adaptation, the actors in the foreground. Say again?
How many people have said that when the poems are played or when they reading them, they can actually see it enacted? They can visualize it. It just puts the visuals on it. So
that'll be brilliant to the for the future, the near future. Putting more work on you. But that was absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Has anybody got anything they'd like to ask Sista Kemet about her poetry, about the inspiration, about her works in the community? That's her works that spread not only in the community, but you could say worldwide, really, isn't it? Because I mean, when it touches our people and our countries, it is worldwide. Brian.
Yeah. Have you contacted Brother Pepperkai?
I haven't.
Yeah, you should contact him because he's a distributor in books.
Okay, I will do. I know Brother Elder Pepperkai very, very well.
Yeah, from the Head Start days. Yes.
I know from the Head Start days.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Good luck. Good luck with it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You know, it'd be brilliant. You know, the Saturday schools, because you know the Saturday schools, and they have the children to reenact.
Yeah.
While you know somebody does the voiceover for the actual poetry. Okay, let me see if this is next one. Did we do that one?
Please, Miss Laura May. Mulatto.
Who did that one?
Oop. Labor pain.
That's it.
It's all happening now. Mistress giving birth. No one really cares for all it's worth. Master is so happy. The first heir to his station. I bet he won't be selling his at the Master Smith's plantation. Push, mistress, push. I can nearly see the head. Just do it, mistress, push. Just go on right ahead. Master lights his cigar, and it's finally gonna happen. Smiling like a Cheshire cat, how his heart is filled with passion. So push, mistress, push. The head is to be birthed. Hold up. Wait a minute. What on earth? Master came rushing in when he heard the baby cry. He stood so still in shock and horror, then screamed, "This nigga baby ain't mine!"
You just imagine how many times that's actually happened.
Exactly.
You know? But the consequences for, as I said, that followed is not nice. Still, it's not nice. Not nice. But have you got any other words that you'd like to say? Is there something? Is there an excerpt that a favorite part that you'd like to read? Yes.
Sorry, Auntie Jean. Angela's had her hand up and it's gone white now.
Oh, sorry. You lost the blood out of your hand, Angela. Sorry.
I love that, Sister Shem. Great uprisings, family. Trust you're all doing well. Wow, I have to say something to my sister. I have to. Sister Kemet, you're awesome. I put a note in the chat. You're just such a beautiful queen and a great example to many of us, you know. And I know personally for me, every time I see a message or see you, you're like a fuel to me. You are a fuel, Sister Kemet, you know, and the ancestors, you know, I'm not surprised that they're using you as a vessel to channel, you know, the messages. And I'm sending you a virtual hug, sis, and let's just keep up the great works. And I also have to acknowledge my dear sister Nzingha. I mean, I love Sister Nzingha, another fuel, another elder. And, you know, as long as we continue, you know, to take that baton, be the torchbearer, our ancestors will forever be pleased with us. So rise up yourself, Queen. Give thanks.
Thank you, Angela. It's absolutely beautiful. Thank you. And well deserved. Well deserved. Is there an excerpt that you'd like to finish off, that you'd like to read to us?
Let's see.
And did you have a favorite? Is there a favorite? Did anything that stands out more out of all the 33 poems?
Not really.
Okay.
Maybe Sister Kanaya can end it with the last poem, number 33, if you don't mind, please, sis.
Oh.
Is it okay, my English accent? Oh, God. Okay, so this is poem 33, and it's called Remember. Always remember, you are not a slave, but the essence of those warriors, so bold and so brave. Against all odds, you survived it all. So stand high, forever stand tall. You came from great kingdoms of sophistication, knowledge and wealth, the leaders of math and medicine, so people please know thyself. In the next series of poems, we shall relate, speaking of our great kingdoms, to put the record straight. Now remember who you are. You great queens and great kings, take your rightful places and let your reign begin. Ashe, ashe, ashe.
Ashe, oh, brilliant. And I see that Olatunji's come back in. Have you got a poem that you would like to read from Twisted? Olatunji. Putting you on the spot. Olatunji?
Mm-hmm.
He's there, but I don't know. There's no mic. He's got no mic on. But maybe he's shy.
Maybe he's popped away from the room or something.
Yeah, I don't know. But anyway, Sista Kemet.
Hey, sis.
I thank you for being such an inspiration to a lot of us, and still being there and still going on. And with this book, it's going to go far. You know, it is going to go far. And I can actually see the children, you know, in the Saturday schools, you know, reenacting the actual our history to your poetry. And it's amazing. It's amazing. Just like the person who wrote it. I know it's just downloaded from the ancestors, but it still came through you. And I thank you.
Thank you, sis.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Twisted.
Yes. And where can we find it?
Amazon. I haven't got the link on me. I only just asked my partner to slide me his book.
I've given the details to Auntie Dream so she can post it with the details of the book launch.
And you're all welcome to the book launch. If you bought a book already, if you're going to get one, come and get it signed. If you want it signed, if you don't want it signed, that's fine. But, you know, I'm about love and family and togetherness, and it'd be just lovely to meet you all and just greet you guys.
That's beautiful. And the book, you'd find it on Amazon at the moment, and it's called Twisted by Sista Kemet Imani. Your cutting has disappeared, so we're going to have to... Have you got your book there to show? Because
we can see it. We can see it.
You can see it?
You can see it. Nice and clean.
All right, that's good. You can see it. Brilliant. Sista Kemet, thank you so much. And I'm going to have to let you come back with is it your niece?
Daughter.
Your goddaughter, to come back and actually read some of the excerpts, because I mean, because it's her voice. Did she do all of the voice overs?
Every single voice over.
Absolutely brilliant.
Changing into the mistress, even in one poem, all the switches, she did it all even in one poem.
Beautiful, beautiful. Here comes Haru, so maybe he's coming in a better stead.
Yeah, her name's Ria Azure.
Ria Azure. Okay, it's an unusual name as well. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Oh, Haru. I know you just come in and I see you've got your mic. Can you undo your mic? And is there an excerpt in the book that we can hear from you? Olatunji? No?
Sorry, sis, I was having some connection issues. So, yeah, I just come back in.
Okay, yeah. Sorry to put you on the spot, but is there a poem from Twisted that you'd like to read to us, please?
Difficult because I have trouble seeing it on my device.
Okay.
I'd love to. Yeah, I said to Kevin, I mean, the Amazon really have messed up the Kindle thing because it's not really user friendly.
Okay.
So yeah, it's not something that I'm having trouble with getting through. So I've ordered the paperback anyway. Hopefully I should get that tomorrow. But yeah, yeah, I love it. I can manage that right now. But especially because I'm on my phone and it's just going to be what you want to ask. But, yeah.
No problem.
Forget the book. I did put the book details in the chat, so I hope people want to get a copy.
Yeah, I'm grateful for that. But you're not getting yourself off the hook, because when I invite Kemet in, you're gonna read a couple now excerpts, a couple poems.
Okay,
right.
well, I'm happy to do that once I've got the book. Don't look for any accents, though.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. And Sister Kemet, thank you very much as well. Thank you, sis. And keep up the good work. And well done. And congratulations as well for it being #1.
Thank you, sis. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. All right. And remind everybody they're listening to the Auntie Jean Zone on Black Culture Radio, which is all the W's, blackcultureradio.com. And we've just been listening to Sister Kemet and her launch of a book coming up of Twisted. And you can actually currently purchase it on Amazon. There'll be other outlets also, but we'll let you know in due to future times to come. Okay, thank you. And we're moving on to another author now. We have our very own Queen Nzingha. And Queen Nzingha is going to be talking about the Garveyite women from Cuba, USA, and Jamaica. So, Queen Nzingha.
Greetings, family. Good to be here with you again today to talk about more Garveyite women. Just one slight correction. It's Sierra Leone.
Oh, sorry.
No problem at all. Sierra Leone, USA, and Jamaica. And just a little bit more about my own self. As Auntie Jean said, I'm author of Women in the Garvey Movement and also In Praise of Our Ancestors, and also the Women in the Garvey Movement poster. I'm also a member of the Global African Congress and was one of the chairs last Saturday for our Climate Justice Conference. And I just want to say a little bit about that before I go on to do my presentation, because the planet is under threat, as most of us here know. Lots of deforestation and lots of damage to the land, especially on the continent of Africa and in South America with the rainforest and so on. And so it's for us as a people to also look at where we stand in all of this. We know who the destroyers of the planet have been, because they're also the destroyers of humanity. But that doesn't mean that we just leave them to get on with it. So we have quite a lot of work to do if we're going to assist. You know, there are parts of Africa now where people cannot farm their lands. They're constantly having to move to find new places to grow their food and to nurture their animals. And this is all because of exploitation. And we also have to face the fact that there's a lot of our leaders, as we would often call them, misleaders, in collaboration with this, because I mentioned about the people from Namibia. They have been negotiating compensation, but the government is supporting the German position, and the Germans don't want to pay proper compensation. They're claiming that it wasn't genocide, when in fact it is genocide. We know this. So I just want to share that because, you know, we have a lot to do as a people, and it can get quite disheartening sometimes because it's constant. We're always hearing. I mean, yesterday with Auntie Jean, some of us were at the demonstration in Brixton, and it just seems that we never have a moment's peace. There's always something coming up. Anyway, that's just as a start. So I'm going to move on to talk about some more of the women who contributed to the Garvey movement. And today we're going to be focusing on the valiant contribution that women have made to the organization, and also look at the contributions, as I've said, from the USA, Sierra Leone, Jamaica, and talk about these great women. Now, before I do that, I want to share an essay with you from Amy Jakes Garvey. And the reason I want to share this essay is because it teaches us to examine ourselves and what we are doing and what is important about the way we think and the way we operate in the world. Now, she has written many, many essays, about what we as a people should be doing. And I want to share this particular one today. It's called Why Men Fear Thought. And this was written on the 29th of May, 1926. Now that's almost 100 years ago. And you will see when I finished it that we're still in the same condition. So why men fear thought? To say that men fear thought more than anything else on earth may seem to the unthinking a stretch of logic. But weigh the statement well, and one will be converted finally to the fact that thought rules the world. It is conceded, however, that there are few real thinkers. The masses think others' thoughts. The earth is round, says one, and so say we all. The white race should rule the world, aver a few thinkers, and the entire white race repeat the same thought and will go to any extremes in a mad attempt to accomplish this end. The poor must work while the rich enjoy life, says the capitalist, and even the worker, being a mental slave, bows to the inevitable. Until independent thought was expressed through labor unions, socialism, and communism, that workers are human beings entitled to the full fruits of their labor and not the wage slave of the privileged class, that all wealth should be equally distributed, and that workers should rule the world, right or wrong, these theories are revolutionizing all countries and calling some men and women to fear the leaders of such new thought, the dissemination of which causes destruction to age-old customs, wars and rumors of wars, and crumble empires. In short, be it evolutionary or revolutionary, instructive or destructive, thought guides man and woman to their destiny. Can thought be defined? One may ask. Bertrand Russell, in his famous lines, has come nearest to giving a perfect definition of this word when he states, thought is subversive and revolutionary, destructive and terrible. Thought is merciless to privilege, established institution, and comfortable habits. Thought is archaic and lawless, indifferent to authority, careless of the well-tried wisdom of the ages. Thought looks into the pit of hell and is not afraid. It sees man as a feeble speck surrounded by unfathomable depths of silence, yet it bears itself proudly as unmoved as if it were Lord of the universe. Thought is great and swift and free, the light of the world and the chief glory of human beings. Men fear thought because thought stimulates action, and action brings results. White men are fearful of black men thinking for themselves because independent action would follow and the world would be amazed at the result. Hence the concerted action to close the mouth of the only black independent leader, Marcus Messiah Garvey, and they suppress his teachings and prevent its dissemination of the same. Racial, national, and independent thought along all lines of endeavor to Africans may not be pleasing to those who flourish from our oppression, but this contagion has spread. It is in the air, and Africans rejoice as it marks the beginning of the great era of African men and women's accomplishments. And I share that because, you know, we just do things. We don't really think about why we're doing things and analyze, you know, what more can we do that is effective. And I'm sharing that because I do think as a people, we need to actually begin to critically look at the effectiveness of what we're doing. What effect is it having in our communities, in our families, and in our nation as a whole? I'm going to move on now to look at the women that I spoke about earlier. Now, one of the things that Dr. Walter Rodney tells us in his work is that when we are acquiring knowledge, we need to acquire knowledge to take action and not just have knowledge to demonstrate how much we know. We must use it for some useful purpose. These women used their thoughts, their knowledge, and their experiences, all for the benefit and the advancement of our people. I'll start today looking at the life and work of a sister called Adelaide Casely Hayford. She was born as Adelaide Smith in 1868 into an elite Creole family in Freetown, Sierra Leone. She became a cultural nationalist, a feminist, and an educator, and became a member of the UNIA ACL in 1919. She grew into a nationalist politics during the age of British colonial rule. Her country, Sierra Leone, was originally founded by British abolitionists and philanthropists in 1787, and it became a crown colony of the British during the 19th century, which led to further expansion of the British in West Africa. Her early years and upbringing was deeply influenced by traditional Victorian ideas and the gender roles at the time, and also obviously by a patriarchal system that was in operation and continues to this day. Because of her family status and their access to resources, she was able to travel abroad, and this developed her growing interest in Pan-Africanism and in feminist politics. In 1872, she migrated to London with her family, where she studied at the Ladies' College on the island of Jersey before going to Germany to study music. In 1903, she met and married an ardent Pan-Africanist called Joseph E. Casely Hayford, a lawyer from Ghana. They had one child who, there doesn't seem to be a lot of information about what happened to the child, but suffice to say she had a child. And in 1905, she visited Ghana, and here she spoke on and emphasized the role African women could play in the country's social and political development. And 2 years later, she actually relocated to Ghana to live with her husband. Their marriage, unfortunately, didn't last very long. And in 1914, she went back to live in her own country, Sierra Leone. There are suggestions that the relationship became strained because they were both very strong-willed and independent, traits which we know exist today in our people, causing breakdown in relationships. And we need to explore ways of managing these aspects of our behavior and ourselves so that we can move to create more harmonious relationships within the community. Now, her behavior and obviously her husband's behavior led to a lot of conflicts. And in the end, they agreed on a mutual separation, although there was never any evidence of there being a divorce. She established herself in Freetown, Sierra Leone, where she continued to activate and campaign on behalf of females and raise issues about their life and the ways in which society was not looking after their rights. She used her speeches and writings to challenge male supremacy in African societies and to endorse African women's political rights. So you can see that she was a strong activist and believed in the importance of women playing a key role in the development of African societies. And in fact, because it's two parts to one whole, if you have a male and a female, you've got a whole. So it really is important that we focus on sharing ideas, working and building together. Now I've lost my spot. Okay, no, I'm back here now. Not long after her arrival in Sierra Leone, she delivered a public lecture at a church congregation. It was a Wesleyan church on the rights of women and Christian marriages. It will be interesting to have sight of that speech to know what it was that she actually said, but unfortunately we don't have it. She continued speaking on women's rights issues at women's forums and local churches. She became involved in the Garvey movement in 1919 as her political awareness grew and her exposure to Pan-African ideals became more immediate. She was impressed with Garvey's philosophy of race first. She became aware of the lack of information in the education system about African people and their achievements, and that our people had been taught to despise themselves, a factor that we are still grappling with today. Now, this led her to want to establish a school for young women where the focus would be to instill a love of country, a love of race, an enthusiasm for Black people's capabilities, and a genuine appreciation of our own art and our own culture. Clearly, the areas identified were leading aspects of the UNIA's platform, which advocated race consciousness, race pride, African-centered education, and self-sufficiency. UNIA ideology provided the vehicle through which Adelaide Casely-Aford could advance her political work in Sierra Leone. She became president of the Ladies Division of the Freetown branch of the UNIA and worked actively with other like-minded women to advance the cause of our people. Now, I've already mentioned on many occasions the work and development that the UNIA in its time delivered to people of African heritage. And she clearly was impressed by that work and sought to take that on board and deliver services to advance her people in Sierra Leone. Now, her membership of the UNIA was not a very lengthy one, but Garvey's philosophy and the ideology of the movement helped to clarify her own political views and facilitated her growth into an ardent Pan-Africanist willing to step forward to create change. Through her involvement with the UNIA, she developed a nationalist consciousness and advocated for Pan-African ideas. She also continued her work advancing the rights of women. She wrote articles for newspapers calling for an African-centered education for children, and she wanted them to have this education in their native environment and not have to leave Africa to get this education. She campaigned for the employment rights of her people and promoted the need for Africans to develop business to serve the interests of their people. And, you know, here we are today saying the same thing. We're talking about hundreds of years ago, and we're still talking the same talk. So we need to look at that and look at how we can actually put these things into practice so that we don't have to keep going on and on and on about the same things. She remained a race woman throughout her life and described herself as such. She was committed to her people and remained steadfast. And she subsequently established a technical training school for girls in Freetown. Now, how many times do we go to meetings and hear people talking about our own schools and our own this and our own that? Now, in 1919, she was able to establish this for the benefit of young women in Freetown. She turned her words into deed. Now, for anyone who wants to find that information for themselves, there is a short piece on her in my poster titled Women in the Garvey Movement. And there is also information in the book Set the World on Fire by Keisha N. Blaine, which outlines much of the information that I've shared with you today. I want to move on now to look at a sister called Augusta Savage. She was a sculptress, and again, she features in my book and also in the Women in the Garvey Movement poster. And, you know, she was a very talented artist and did quite a lot of heads. She liked to sculpture heads and did a great one of Garvey and also W.B. Du Bois and other images. Now, she was born on the 29th of February, 1892 in Green Coast Springs, Florida, and she died on the 27th of March, 1962 in New York. She moved to Harlem in 1922 to pursue studies in sculpture at Cooper's Union, USA. Throughout her youthful years, she struggled with her father, who did not want her to focus on sculpturing, but this is what her spirit led her to be an artist. And, you know, she loved to carve out busts of all sorts of images. But as I've said, her father thought that this was wrong, and he did not want her to focus on this area of work. He thought it was sinful and represented graven images. You can see the religious mentality coming out there. She reports that he regularly beat her to get her to stop this art form, but she persisted and took the beating. Augusta Savage's connection to the Garvey organization isn't as phenomenal as some of the other women that I've spoken about. She was involved in the Garvey movement through marriage to her husband, Robert Lincoln Preston, who was a Garveyite and was General Secretary of the UNIA. Unfortunately, he died very tragically not long after they were married. He was on a trip returning from the UNIA delegation to Liberia in 1924, and apparently he developed a severe fever on board the ship and died. But in 1922, in the Negro World newspaper, Eric Warlord, who was one of the editors, published an interview with Augusta Savage in that paper. And accompanying the interview were photographs showing her with the bust that she had created of Marcus Garvey. This interview and the bust that she had made generated funds for the UNIA, and she became famous, very famous nationally for her work in artistry and in creating sculptures among Black people. Augusta had great struggles for most of her life trying to fulfill her passion for sculpting, and she experienced many knockbacks because of her race. She had been given a scholarship at one time to study sculpturing in Paris, and when the college that she applied to found out that she was an African person, they withdrew the scholarship, and despite lots of protests from herself and her teachers and other people, she was not allowed to attend. So you can see how our people have experienced this hostility for all of our lives. And yet, you know, we didn't go and trouble these people. You know, they came and troubled us. And it's like, we're not supposed to be on this planet. They can steal and rob from us and kill us, but we mustn't say anything. So I'm just sharing that because you're looking way back into the last century. And this is nearly 100 years ago. And this sister had to put up with all of the trials and tribulations. Anyway, she had great struggles for most of her life, trying to fulfill her passion for sculpting, and experienced many knockbacks because of her race. She was, and I've said it already, that although she was not one of the major players in the Garvey movement, her artistic work contributed much to the talent of our own people who gather inspiration and determination from her work. And she has also been contributing to leaving a legacy that we can actually emulate. There are some very inspirational pieces of her work if people want to have a look online. Her name is Augusta Savage, and she was born in Florida. And so people can have a look for themselves. Now, art, in my opinion, is a very engaging form of expression, which can lift the spirit and can be political depending on the mindset of the artist. And as I've said, her legacy is one that we should look at. And, oh, there you go, there's Brother Abu putting something up there, Brother Heru putting something in the chat for people. So you can have a look at that and see if you can access that information. Moving on now to look at the life of Una Maud Marson, who was another champion on behalf of women's rights, but also on behalf of our people as a whole, as you will see when I speak of her. Una Marston was born on the 6th of February 1905 in Santa Cruz, St. Elizabeth, Jamaica. She came from what is called a middle-class family. And, you know, if we look at all of these women, we can see that they all had privilege, they had opportunities. But they didn't just use their privilege and their opportunities for themselves. They wanted better for all of our people. And so they put themselves forward to campaign, to change situations for our people, wherever they may be. We've heard of a sister from Sierra Leone. We're hearing of a sister from America, and Una Marston now from Jamaica, and many other women who are making those contributions. As I've said, she came from a middle-class family and received a good education at Hampton High School for Girls, where her father was a trustee. And obviously that also enabled her to access that opportunity. But unfortunately, the year she started at the school, her father suddenly died, leaving the family in financial difficulties. The family had to move to Kingston. However, Una was able to continue and finish her education, although she wasn't able to go on and attend college. She did, however, carve out a niche for herself by working as a volunteer social worker. She had great secretarial skills and was able to put them to good use in her work. She went on to work as assistant editor of the Jamaica political journal, Jamaican Critic. Here, she was able to develop her journalistic skills and also her social and political awareness, and her opinions on social matters and political matters were increased. She went on to publish her own magazine in 1928 called The Cosmopolitan, and this meant that she was one of the first female editors in Jamaica. In this magazine, she focused on issues affecting local women, social issues, and workers' rights. Her work encouraged women to join forces and to come out of the home and to become politically active in changing conditions in the society and in the communities in which they lived. During the 1930s, she published a first collection of poems called the Tropic Reveries. And in this poem, she focused on love, nature, and aspects of feminism. And she won the Musgrave Medal from the Institute of Jamaica for this. Now, the Institute of Jamaica gives out this medal to people who have made a great impact in society. Amy Jakes Garvey herself was the first woman to receive the Gold Musgrave Medal for her contribution to promoting Garvey and Garveyism, but also for her own critique of society and contributing her essays to that work. During the 1930s, Una focused on publication of the magazine. Her focus on the publication of the magazine Cosmopolitan came to an end because of her suffering financial difficulties, and she moved on to publish plays and poetry. One of her collections at this time was titled Height and Depth, which examined aspects of love and social issues affecting local people in Jamaica. Now, during the 1930s, there was a lot of uprisings because you had the Depression in America, and a lot of people had no work and access to limited resources. So there was quite a lot of uprisings in Kingston in particular and other parts of the world. And so people like Una Marston, and I've spoken before about the woman Satire Earle and Amy Bailey, all of these women were involved in championing the rights of people to be able to provide food and to have access to work. Now, in 1932, she moved from Jamaica to London because she wanted to find a bigger audience of people for her work and to experience life outside of Jamaica. In England, unfortunately, she was exposed to racist behaviour and the lack of access to employment for which she was suitably qualified. Now, you know, I mentioned this at a meeting that I was at a while ago. The fact that it is here in Europe we come to learn to treat people badly on the basis of their skin color. Because in Jamaica and in many parts of the world, nobody practices this destructive and dysfunctional behavior. So I can imagine it was quite a shock for her coming here to be exposed to such behavior. In England, her life was transformed and she became actively involved in challenging racism and sexism. At this time, when she came to England, she lived in Peckham at the home of a medical doctor, Dr. Harold Moody, who was the founder of an organization called the League of Coloured People, which had a focus on challenging injustice for African people in England and defending their rights. And in fact, I did look him up online, and there is a blue plaque outside this establishment in Peckham. He actually set up a practice there because he couldn't get a job. Although he was qualified as a medical doctor in the 1930s, he couldn't get a job. So he created his own private practice and served the community. Even people who couldn't pay, he would treat them for free, which, you know, highlights our humanity as a people and our willingness to provide service, whether we're paid or not. So coming back to Una, she continued to defend the rights of our people and to fight injustices against African people. And I want to share a little bit about her from my poster, Women in the Garvey Movement. It just gives you a flavour of the totality of her work. I've already said where she was born, so I won't go back into that. She was a well-versed champion of Jamaican literature and a strong supporter of access to publishing positions for women. Her first two collections of poetry, Tropic Reverie, 1930, and Heights and Depths, 1931, reflected her conditioning by the Eurocentric education she had received in Jamaica. Much of that changed once she started to travel. Her work became more culturally and racially focused to include a Jamaican aesthetics, and she began to use the Jamaican language as a means of writing and her poetry. Marston wrote prolifically about the life and the lived experience of Black working people. She produced a play called Pocomania, which explored Jamaica's indigenous religious practices. She was also a key player in the establishment of her own BBC radio program called Caribbean Voices. She was involved in a number of women's organizations, and in 1935, she was the only Black woman to attend the 20th Annual Congress of the International Alliance of Women's Suffrage and Equal Citizenship, and she attended there representing the Jamaican society. Her presentation had great impact on the event, and Marston also went on to act as secretary to the exiled Emperor Haile Selassie in London. She was another of the key players who helped to establish the Jamaica Save the Children Fund alongside Amy Bailey and Adina Spencer in Jamaica. And in the latter years of her life, she campaigned against discrimination towards Rastafarians in Jamaica. And she died in Jamaica in 1965. And she is one of the people who there is quite a lot of information about her life and her work online. And so, you know, people who are interested can have access to that. Now, I'm going to share a final poem with you. And the poem was written by my daughter and is very old, but my hand just went to it today. And I thought, you know what? I shall share this poem with a family. And it's called The Answer. They seek it here, they seek it there, but don't seek from within. A way out of the hopelessness the pain and suffering. My friend, indeed, I have the key, the answer to your prayer. The question is, do you, my friend, really want to hear? Study your great history and learn of great feats never ceasing to astound. Our structures like the Great Pyramid stand, whilst their successors have fallen to the ground. You need to learn about yourself, your history and magnificent mind. Take a deep look back into your roots and the answers you shall find. Learn your past, it will reveal your future destiny. Together we can work to build a better life for you and me. Seek help to give up the things that are keeping you down, like crack cocaine, guns and heroin. And remember, during your re-education, you are known by the company you are keeping. Know thyself, I say to you. Learn all that you can. Be proud to stand up tall and say, I'm glad I'm an African. Thank you. Okay.
That's a nice one.
It is a good poem. I've had it in a frame in my living room for a long time. And just today I thought, I was going to share a couple of my own poems, but I thought I would share that one instead. Because she wrote that when she was quite young, but it speaks to a kind of consciousness of what is so important for us as a people, to know ourselves and to know where we fit into the world. And Thank you.
Yeah. And thank you. Could you repeat the names of the women who you mentioned in your presentation?
So the first person is Adelaide Casely Ayford. I can put it in the chat if you'd like.
Yeah. Was it Paisley?
No, Casely. Casley. Heyford. And she was from Freetown, Sierra Leone. Augusta Savage, sculptress, born in Florida. And Una Marson, UNA Maud, MAUD, MARSON, and she was born in Santa Cruz in Jamaica. I'm going to give you one more poem.
Yes, lovely.
Yeah, I did put it out, but I didn't want to. I want to always leave time for people to ask questions, and so this poem I read on television in Jamaica as part of the launch of my book, Women in the Garvey Movement, and I tell you, I could hear the people in the background. It's called The Incomparable Black Woman.
Okay.
Is there any other race of people on this planet who can expect such leadership, dedication and strength from their women? Black people have much to thank Black women for. Black women, the strong, confident ones, the quiet, unassuming ones, the women who are always there for the race, the women who are always there, working hard, giving their all, being mother and sometimes father, being everything to our community, the Black woman, mother of creation, strong, oh so strong Black woman. What is so very sad is that many Black men fear her strength, fear her strong spirit, and fail to love, honor, and protect her, the Black woman, mother, daughter, wife, sister, aunt, grandmother, Black woman, mother of all creation, Black woman, the original guardian angel.
Oh, that was lovely.
Thank you.
Absolutely beautiful. Thank you, Queen Nzingha.
You are always welcome, Des, and everyone. Yeah, we have such a big legacy from women and our men, and we all have a responsibility to bring it out there so that the young people know they stand on big shoulders.
Most definitely. Most definitely. Has anybody got any questions for Queen Nzingha? Have you got? Got a lot of clapping signs for the poem.
Nice.
And Sista Kemet said it's a very powerful poem.
Yes.
The Black women. Okay. No questions? Wow. Did Augustus, did she?
Oh,
so go ahead.
Got a question.
I've got a question. Tam-ARa, Queen Mother Nzingha, good to hear you again.
Oh, greetings. How you doing, Brother Heru? Nice to hear you.
I'm doing good, sis.
Excellent.
My question is simply this, Queen Mother Nzingha. When are you going to do a part 2 of Women in the Garvey movement?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I want to review it and update it, but I'll be honest, I keep getting caught up in doing lots of other things. So that's the problem. So, but I'm definitely, I'm also working on my book of letters. Because I've written over the years,
Holy letters.
I'm sure you've all seen them, and they did a feature on me and my letters in the Alarm magazine when we used to have the Alarm.
Oh boy.
Yes, I'm working on that as well.
Oh, that'd be good as well. That'd be brilliant. That'd be really essential. So yeah, I'd encourage you to do both for those.
I'm definitely doing them.
Right. Yes, thanks for that.
Excellent. Give my regards for the family.
I will do, sis. Oh, Queen Mother.
Yeah. The letters one is going to be brilliant because that can be a reference to, other people wanting to do letters as well.
Absolutely.
Right now to authorities. Absolutely brilliant. Brilliant.
Quickly say the letter right in the wall because it also serves as a historical document.
Yes.
The letters are challenging particular issues at a given time, and there's context of it. So it really would be a good reference point in terms of actually activism over decades. Because if you talk about the Alarm, that was probably the early 90s. And you've written
I agree.
You've written a whole letter since then as well. So all that would be, you look at decades of actually of the kind of work that we've been doing, the kind of issues we've been raising and making and trying to highlight to our people and the powers that be. No, so I certainly encourage you, Women of Nzingha, really need to have that.
I've almost finished. I mean, to be honest with you, I've got so many that I don't know. It would be a massive book if I was to put them all in there. But I'm going
make the massive book.
Now that the archives is open, I'm going to go back in there because a lot of my letters are actually in my lodgement there.
Okay.
So and some very serious letters, letters to Tony Blair, letters to Douglas Hurd when he was Home Secretary, etc., etc.
All of that.
The one to Blair was cussing him off about him. What was it they said about slavery?
Statement of regret.
Yeah, regret. Damn fierce.
Statement of regret.
We don't want no statement of regret. This is a crime against our humanity.
That's right.
So and in fact, I came across a letter the other day that I had written. It was to one of these politicians, and I CC'd it to a number of people. And just in terms of that Tony Surridge and that report, he was the last CC. Tony Sewell, the letter was signed. Tony Sewell, CC Tony Sewell, House Negro. and this was long ago before he even wrote this report. So.
Oh boy, we know. Yeah. He has a long history in that field.
Oh, tell me. Oh dear.
Wow.
Hi there, Sister Shez.
Hi. It's more of a request, really. I don't know if you know that we've got that the Garvey village. We advertise in that. Well, not advertise. We have a lot of articles now in a newspaper in Zimbabwe.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so it's called the Business Connect, and it would be great if you could do something for in regards to the Garvey women. Sorry, Auntie Jean, I hadn't said this to you before.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine.
I know. So it's not about inventing the wheel because you've already got the material there. So I'm not giving you more work.
Okay. if you can let me know. Just send me a WhatsApp or an email to say what you'd like to do, and I'm always happy to assist our people.
Thank you.
And just to say that there is going to be a demonstration outside the German embassy on behalf of the Namibian people.
Brilliant.
After they've insulted them, got them one, get them quatty.
Exactly.
The genocide where them commit on the people, with them fierce yourself.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's the 24th. So I'll forward it to Auntie Jean and then it can be circulated.
Yeah, and and we'll put it. We'll advertise that as well.
Absolutely, because we have to be honest with you, I actually think that we as a people need to come together on all of this, because this is one massive reparations.
Absolutely.
It's not like there's little pockets demanding reparations. When is the whole of Africa has been affected by this mass murder?
Yeah.
And then the thief want to come dictate the terms about the compensation. I mean, please.
And the thing about it is, it's because I put it in the chat. It was in the chat. It was 1.3 billion. I think it's over a period of
over 30 years.
Yeah, or something. Yeah, like that. So and I'm like
peanuts.
Yeah. So I was pleasantly surprised that they could actually come with that. But
to be honest with you, no. You see, we have to know these people and their strategy. Yeah. We're dealing with, as Dr. Bobby Wright said, psychopaths. Yeah, because you do something so seriously wrong that has impacted the people from then till now. We're still suffering this consequence. And you come tell them, you're going to decide what reparations and healing they need? Absolutely. No. If you're a genuine, serious person, you're going to sit down and hear them. And you're going to, even if, you agree to a point, but people need to, they don't want to hear us. They want to tell you how it goes.
Yes.
No.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. No, I totally
because I was on the Global African Congress international meeting with the Namibians doing a presentation. And they were saying how the government is part of the problem because the government has not stood up for the people or even involved the people in the negotiations.
Wow.
And so it's a sellout job that's going on. Yeah.
Yeah. And then it's always the case, isn't it?
Exactly.
And we always think, because we've got, as I always say, not all skin folk is kinfolk.
Our kinfolk, exactly. And it's becoming more and more apparent. Yeah. But we also are going to have to deal with these people because I'll be honest with you, if it continues, these people could wipe us off the face of the earth because they have the collaboration of our own people. And this is everywhere that we are. There's a brother in Jamaica that wants to, he has this plan to get the government to use renewable energy by solar and other means to fund the school system.
Right.
They don't want to hear him.
No.
Anyway, we're going to have him come and do a talk. But I looked at the Jamaican Constitution to see if there was anything in the Constitution that could assist him. I have never seen such a piece of garbage in the
no.
life. I couldn't believe it. It's almost totally about the Queen and our Governor General and our children. I mean, there's virtually nothing in it that is of any use to the Jamaican population.
Wow.
Absolutely. Well, it's the mental slavery still there, isn't it? Still in bondage. And you can see we've got the colonial masters, they're gathered this weekend at Cornwall for the G7.
At G7, then probably don't they plan one new strategy because
exactly what they're doing, and it's a shame that I wasn't able to get down there this weekend, but this is what we need to do because we know that there's a lot of things in regards to climate change that these people are responsible for.
Absolutely.
They are continuously being responsible for.
Absolutely.
They keep saying that, they're going to be, they're going to be cutting back on fossil fuels and so forth. But they might as well just write that in the sand
which is probably where they're writing it now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be washed away. It will be washed away,
Yes.
So yeah, we have to.
The truth is, they created the problem.
Absolutely.
They create no problem on the planet.
Yeah, and it's affecting us on the African continent the most.
Exactly.
You know, so this is why us as we think it's not affecting us, but us as people of African heritage, we have to actually stand up for it, because it's harming our brothers and sisters.
Sis, let me tell you something. I wrote it in the chat when I was on the Global African Congress meeting. If we don't wake up and see what is going to happen, reparations for all of us. Remember, you look on the whole of Africa. You're looking at a massive diaspora that was all affected by enslavement, colonialism, genocide. Reparations for all of us is the destruction of Europeans and Europe.
Yeah.
This is a serious, serious matter. And we better open our eye, because if they need to, they won't hesitate to do what they have to do for their preservation.
True.
So, it's a depressing and a very disheartening point. But you see, all them people with them massive beef, when them drive up and down and all this stuff, it's nothing.
Yeah.
Because if they come for us again, we are totally unprotected all over the world.
That's right.
So we better see if we do some serious wake up.
Yeah, no, I agree, and thank you for putting that in. I totally agree, and thank you.
No worries at all. It's always a privilege to speak with you all. You're always so lively, and like yesterday, the little demonstration.
I was down there. And remember, it's every Saturday.
That's right. Well, I did tell them at GAC as well that it's going to be on every Saturday.
Yeah. So
let's hope them hurry up and get the man in money.
Yeah.
Exactly. And fix his phone and fix him watch. Give him a new phone and a watch. Yeah.
Exactly. But this is what I mean. These people, they brought this man, they literally called this man to death. Because anytime we call the Babylon them, this is what they're doing on us as African people. They're calling us to be killed, because he was mashed up, wasn't he?
Absolutely.
Yeah, beat him up.
Yeah, there you go.
It's also a lesson to all of us if we stop going at them shop.
Yeah, exactly. What we're going in there fasting ourselves for.
Yeah. Let
me tell you something. You see, if we ever mobilize and start, don't spend fun with plenty of these places. You see? Well, apart from the drugs that they are selling at their shop, they will be totally out of business.
Yeah.
They would move.
Totally out of business.
Exactly.
It's so true.
So we have to start really seriously looking for ourselves and pulling together.
No, I agree. I totally agree.
Yeah. That's every Saturday until they get a result between 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock.
That's right.
And that is 31.
It's 31.
Yeah, 31 Atlantic Road. Was it the ugly one?
The ugly. Wait, beauty salon.
Ugly salon. Was it Ugly Choice or something?
Ugly Choice.
Ugly Choice. So no, I'll definitely be going there after my stall on Saturday. So yeah.
Where's your stall?
Oh, it's down in Catford's.
Oh, okay.
I'm a housing campaigner. So
okay, great.
Yeah. So so that's what I'll be doing.
And did you all get the information about the sports day?
No.
Yeah, the Africa Bantu Saturday School, Alki Bolan and Nubia, they're having sports day on the 10th of July.
The 10th of July, okay.
No, I haven't seen that. Was that through the WhatsApp, Queen Nzingha?
I've got it here. Pan-African Sports Day. You didn't pick up any yesterday, Auntie Jean?
No, I didn't see it. Did he have it in his hand, you know? I could have taken a bundle from him. I could have taken a bundle from him.
And Timani was giving them out.
That's right.
I tell you what, I'm going to have it in my phone. I took a picture of it to circulate.
Yeah.
I'll forward it to Auntie Jean and then
Thank
it
you.
can get circulated.
Brilliant. All right. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
this is what we have to do. We just, pull together, share everything. We'll soon get strong.
Yeah.
It's true. That's true.
Yeah, I'll forward it to you in a second. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Queen Nzingha, thank you, thank you,
Well,
thank
very
you so
well.
much.
I'll stay on a while with you, and you have a great evening, and look after yourself because we are under some serious pressure in this place.
Thank you. That's true. Thank you so much. Before I go on to Sister Angie and Buzzin B, we have our brother Tam-ARa. I don't know if I said that right. Tam-ARa. They want to say it to the other way. Gabriel.
Yes, it's Tam-ARa.
Tam-ARa. Okay, excellent. Did you let people know who you are? So we have a couple of poems from you before we move on to Sister Angie, and then we come back to you afterwards, if you don't mind.
No problem. That's great. Yes, thanks and praise to the Most High for this moment. Thank you, Auntie Jean and Queen Nzingha and the other sister who was the poet there. Fantastic bit of poetry.
Sista Kemet. Yeah.
Sista Kemet, that's right. Yes, I wrote it down, but I can't see where I wrote it. And yes, it really lit up the place. I could just see it on stage, actually. Theatrical production of a book is fantastic. It really is. And it's a privilege and pleasure to be here. And yes, we'll start off with a poem called Scrumping. And I don't know if people know what scrumping
I remember scrumping, but before you do that, let people know who you are. Used to do that.
Yes, jumping over people's fence, that's right. And we thought it was innocent fun, It was. And we took the apples and some of us brought some home to Mama to make apple pie. And that innocent fun led some of us to actually start stealing chocolate bars from sweet shops. And it led also to some people, instead of climbing the tree, they climbed through people's windows and started stealing their goods and ended up in prison and stuff like that. And fun. And, scrumping, well, there it is anyway. Scrumping. No more climbing over someone's fence to steal their apples. No, it's not scrumping. In the name, I'm sorry, I'll have to start that again. No more climbing over someone's fence to steal their apples. No, it's not stealing. In the name of scrumping was our defense. After all, they'd only fall and rot on the ground. We'll give Mama some cooking apples to make apple pie and save us some pounds. At first, it all seemed to make sense till chocolate bars slipped into our pockets to save us some pence. From chocolate bars to prison bars, through which we observe moon and stars, wondering where it all went. Then someone said, didn't you think to ask? No. Why? Because they'd only say no. But sooner or later, you'd get a yes, and the apples you'd receive wouldn't be cursed, but blessed. That's it.
Wonderful, wonderful. Let people know who you are.
Well, I'm Tam-ARa Gabriel, and I'm a singer, songwriter, author, poet, and charity founder. And, well, I'm just doing what I can. We run some soup kitchens as well in East London and one in Tottenham outside the Garvey Centre every second Tuesday of the month. Please come along. That one, we call that one jerk chicken rather than soup kitchen. A lot of jerk chicken and fish and all that sort of stuff going on. And it's just wonderful to be of a service to the community, you know, to serve others is the greatest joy I've ever experienced in all my life, because it fills the void that was there within me. And I'm so grateful that the Most High has given me the opportunity to do these things. And in fact, as far as my poems are concerned, I've written so many poems, but I've yet to publish a book. And after listening to Sista Kemet, I'm really determined to just dig up all my poems and compile and put some together to publish a book as soon as I can. But it's very busy running a charity, actually, but it's so worthwhile, and I'm so grateful to be here, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay, we've got another poem before we call on Sister Angie and then call you back again after.
Yes. This one is entitled, it's Step Out the Fray. It's good to be able to step out the fray. It's good to be able to step out the frame. Just like a picture hanging on the wall, seems like life is standing still. Courage it takes to move and make a call. No more time to kill. No need to worry about tomorrow. This magic moment will do. Worry helps nobody, including me and you. It's good to be able to step out the fray. It's good to be able to step out the fray. Reflection of a moonlit mirror in the hall with silent flapping wings of a firefly. Time to move on and reach for the sky. Got myself a bucket before the well runs dry. It's good to be able to step out the fray. It's good to be able to step out the fray. Thank you.
Thank you. That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. And we'll be seeing some more of Tam-ARa after our next presentation from our very own sister, Angie. Angie Rose, hi. And you're going to be joined with Buzzin B. Buzzin B?
Greetings.
Yes, greetings.
Greetings, Hotep. So how are you both doing?
Very well and grateful. Thank you.
Hi, Buzzin B. Haven't seen you for a long time.
Yeah, how you doing? Sister Nzingha, how's it going?
Okay.
Mute. Okay. All right. All right. So sorry, Sister Angie.
I'm waiting.
But Sister Angie, we know from Agwu, and for many, many years, Sister Angie has been traveling with groups of people to the Gambia on a yearly, twice a year basis, and you know, letting us see the sights, experiencing Gambia, how it is, seeing, the crocodiles as well, and the monkeys, and the beautiful tour. I must say, if anybody, when we get out of this nonsense and you get a chance to go to Gambia with Sister Angie, it is a tour of a lifetime. I can say it because I experienced it and I had a wonderful time, and it's something I would never, ever, ever forget. So Sister Angie, thank you so much. It was absolutely a beautiful experience, and I'm looking forward to going back. Very much so. But Angie's not in that capacity. She's in a different capacity for the storytelling family retreat. with the Agwu. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly, but I'm sure that you will say the correct spelling. And the screen is now yours, Sister Angie, and welcome.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much, Auntie Jean. Greetings, family, once again. Thank you, Auntie Jean. And it was an absolute pleasure to have you join us. And had it not been for your support, I may not have been on this platform today. So I'm really grateful. Grateful I met you. So I'm Sister Angie. I wear many hats, but for me, it's about being active in the village. That's very important to me, to be part of the village, be active in the village. So I'm here today in the capacity of one of the Agwu Storytelling Family Retreat Dream Team member. And I'm going to also, Brother James, he's also part of the Dream Team. We're both here on behalf of our dear sister Griot Shineri, who is the founder of the Agwu Storytelling Family Retreat. I'm going to do my best to do a brief presentation just to talk about what's happening, where we're coming from, and what's happening this year. So bear with me. Auntie Jean, do I have...
Oh, just a sec. I will... Okay, you got it.
Thank you so much. So let me see if I can do this in one.
Sure you can.
Okay. Slideshow. And from the beginning. Okay. So, as I just stated, we are here on behalf of the Agwu African Storytelling Family Retreat, which was established in 2010. This year, it will be taking place from the 25th of July to the 29th of July. This is our flyer. And we are going to be honoring, one of the things that we do with the Storytelling Family Retreat is we always honor one of our ancestors. This year, we'll be honoring Sobunfu Some. She's a spiritual empress and author. I'll tell you a bit more about her. The Storytelling Family Retreat will be taking place in Dorset.
Just a second, Sister Angie. Can anybody else see the screen share? I can see it on one screen, but I can't see it on the other.
Yes, I can see it.
Yeah,
you can see it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All is good.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
All right. It's only that my
you.
other screen is not showing it, but all right, carry on. If everybody else can see it, then that's fine.
Okay, thank
cool.
you. All right, so I'm going to move on to my next slide and just to give a brief overview. Sorry, bear with me 1 minute. Sorry, I think what it is, I'm going to stop sharing the screen at the moment. Stop share. For some reason I had, okay, let's come back to here. So just bear with me a moment. I've got some notes. So I'll leave it on that. Can you still see it?
No.
No, there's nothing there.
Okay, let's go back. Okay, let's go back. All right, so what I'm going to do, if that's the case. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay, fine, lovely. Okay, so the Agwu village is a place to relax amongst nature and reinvigorate self-love. I'm trying to read my notes, so just bear with me at the moment.
Okay.
And things keep popping up. Hold on, I'm going to do it a different way. It's better this way. If I just do it from here, it's easier. I thought I was all organized, and then this is what happens when you get on Zoom.
Yeah, everything just seems to go haywire.
No, it's just that you have to be focusing on so many different things. Okay. Right, okay. I've got my notes. So let's go back. Right, so the Agwu. Yes, innate Agwu, mother of wisdom and healing. Produced by Shanti She, is 11 years old this year. What a journey. What an adventure. It is really a milestone to reach 10 years mark. When Griot Shineri started on this journey, very few melanin-rich people were interested in camping. However, somewhere in our DNA, we knew connecting the oral and storytelling is essential to our healing and progress. Though it was an absolute new concept to many, our melanin-rich community gathered around to support the manifestation of the vision. Our first storytelling celebration was a few hours in the woods, listening to stories, walking, chanting, and celebrating. After that, our people asked for more. We then did a 12 hours storytelling celebration around the fire, under the stars, until the dawn chorus announced it was time to wind down and prepare to re-enter the matrix. There were the brave few requested a weekend event. The seeds for a weekend were sown, and we have been nurturing them to keep the vision of an African village on the landscape of Britain alive and kicking. It is such a beautiful and unique expression in the diaspora. We have had to work harder than most enterprises to keep this going. We ask with regularity, where is the village? So Griot Shineri, guided by her ancestors, began to create a village vibration in the natural countryside environment, inviting exclusively indigenous, melanin-rich African heritage people. We have faced many challenges along the way. We affirm that our vision of the African diaspora village will grow in our hearts and souls for the benefit of our nows and our tomorrows. It works as a bridge from Britain to the motherland. It is so important we have a relationship with Mother Earth and the natural environment while we are here before returning to the motherland. It enables us to return a little better prepared as we return to connect our minds for prosperity. It is essential we have this relationship with nature, as it is part of our rites and rituals. All ancient African rites and rituals are connected to Mother Nature. Everything we need comes from the land. Our rites and rituals mainly focus on giving thanks for the abundance Mother Earth offers us. I'm going to go to the slideshow now and continue. So 2020 was our year of collaboration. Our collaborators were the Sisters Empowerment Circle, Rise of the Griot, African Heritage Writers, Group, and more are making their way to us. Themes, as I said earlier, honoring our ancestors and the application of the principle Ubuntu. I am because we are, and because we are, therefore I am. We will join as family, community, and nation with our ancestors to determine our purpose and collectively work to build the community together and solve problems. Throughout the year, Shanti She presents various other programs and events, including monthly rambles, seasonal camping trips to some of Britain's most stunning areas, trips to Ghana, the Griot Way, an in-depth study of storytelling, providing personal and professional benefits, and numerous expedition related workshops like fire building and foraging. Let us continue to inspire the vision. So there are some future plans for the Agwu Storytelling Family Retreat. 2023, the Agwu African Storytelling Family Retreat is going to Ghana. Information and priority bookings will be available at the forthcoming event in July. We will acquire land in the UK and Ghana for the permanent Agwu African Family Retreat. If you'd like to contact us, at this moment in time, I have to say I'm very excited. We only have 20 places left available for this year before we reach our full capacity of 250 people. This is so great. Please visit the website and place your bookings if you'd like to join us this year. Now I want to go on to show you a testimony from one of our storytelling participants last year. Can you see it?
No.
Can you hear me?
Sis,
Yeah, I can see you. Yeah.
Oh, we love you too.
Wonderful weekend it's been.
Oh, sis.
Yeah, you can't see it.
No, can you
can't
just,
see it?
just give us a
No,
few?
we can't see the actual what's going on. We just see the
Okay, hold on.
All right.
Can you see it now? Let me just check.
Is the only word I can describe. I just learnt so
Yes.
much.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, some very new experiences and just so much love. So.
Okay, here we go.
Come on up.
Love you guys.
Oh, we love you too.
Wonderful weekend it's been.
Oh, sis.
I must be shouting because I've got my earplugs
No,
in.
can you just give us a few words of how you found the Agwu Storytelling Retreat?
It was. The boom is the only word I can describe. I just learnt so much. I shared so much. Yeah, I mean, some very new experiences and just so much love. So I came happy. I'm going home ecstatic. So thank you very much. And I look forward to being here again. And really, if you've never been to this festival, make sure you're here the next time. That's all I can say.
Yeah, the retreat.
Now,
I remember that sister. She cycled there.
She certainly did.
And she cycled back home as well. And I know she's booked again.
She certainly has. At this time, I want to bring in our dear Buzzin B to give his comments.
Yes, good night, greetings everyone. My name is James B, also known as Buzzin B. I'm an educator, radio presenter. I'm also a book editor. And unlike Angie, I wear many hats. I have been involved in several community initiatives. I'm all for the community. Anything that benefits the community, I give my time to supporting any events, or pollinating any ideas that I think would benefit our community. One of the initiatives that I got involved in last year was the Agwu African Storytelling Festival, and it almost didn't come off because Goyotchine was going to cancel because of the pandemic. But there were those of us who said that we should have a short one, and we had a total of 80 people there last year, and I joined the team as the site manager. And it was it was really good. It was quite an inspiring experience for me, being surrounded by melanin-rich people in a village-like atmosphere, where we had the freedom to just be ourselves without fear or favor. So, like I said, I did really work, as Angie can tell you, really hard to keep thing together. But I also was able to take in some of the atmosphere there last year, and the word, and I leaving there last year. I really couldn't find words to describe some of the things that were happening there. There were lots of what I would describe as spiritual moments, that occurred there last year, but also uplifting from a cultural point of view. And this year, as Sister Angie said, the decibels of excitement is deafening for all of those who, who was there last year, and the newcomers are buzzing with excitement. And as Sister Angie said, there are a couple of places left, so I think we need to get there and experience that. I don't think it's fair to even tell you about it, because it has to be an experience. It cannot be really spoken about, because you have to experience it yourself. When it's taking place on the Moon Acre campsite, we visited there a couple of months ago, and what an awesome sight it was. From the entrance of the gate, we saw was it the daffodils? What was it, Sister Angie, that we saw the field of?
They were daffodils. Yeah. Yellow. Yeah.
Yellow. Awesome sight. I was there, and then we got to the actual campsite, and that was even more breathtaking. So I have to say that, you just want people to come to the Inner Agwu African Storytelling Village. It's creating that real melanin-rich atmosphere there, the children, the elders, and it's cross-generational. I think one of the moments for me was when the children decided we had an occasion where the children told they had an event for themselves and they organized it, and they were doing chain storytelling. And someone starts a story and then someone finishes it. And they were there until 5 a.m, I was told, around the fire. And that was very powerful, where the young people actually, use their own inspiration as well to share their stories. So just inviting everyone to, you don't want to miss the Inner Agwu African Storytelling Family Retreat this year. And next year, as Sandra said, we're going to Ghana. So, and that should be even more exciting. As Sister Angie said, the numbers have really grown, over 200 that we have, and we are looking for some volunteers. I am going to put the email in there. It's info@shanti-chi.com, but I will put it in the group. But we're looking to get some more volunteers, because the crowd, numbers has really grown because of the excitement. But you have to hurry, because there's only 20 tickets left. So if you want to be part of this awesome melanin-rich village experience, you need to get there. www.shanti-chi.com and get your tickets. Be a part of this great and awesome experience. It's an experience that you would not regret. So get there.
Thank you so much, brother. Thank you. If I could just, I want to also expand a little bit in terms of myself, my personal experience. I've never done camping before. I was not that type of person to go camping, for many reasons. And, our dear sister, Griot, she does many other things. So I was part of her feminine, melanin-rich walking expedition course last year, when everybody was locked down and experiencing fear and anxiety. We were out in the woods, and we did a 9-week course. And during that course, and even me doing that course, I would, in the rain, the wind, the mud, everything, all the elements you can think of. But what it did do, it allowed me to overcome some of those little fears that were lingering. And, as Brother Buzzin B said, against all the odds, the Inner Agwu family retreat happened. And that was my first time, but I didn't camp that first time. I stayed in a dorm because I was part of the team. So I stayed in the dorms. I then went back to the same site, which was in Shoreham, and I experienced camping, but it was in a yurt, which is like a round globe thing, even though you're still camping, but it's not the same as going in a tent. So this year, I'm going to have my first real camping experience, because Sister Griot won't have it any other way. So for me, you know, nature is what sustained me mentally, physically, and emotionally during these challenging times that we've experienced. So I'm looking forward to again contributing to this great event. And you know, we can't travel. I'm one of those people that I like to get on a plane and go wherever I'm going, but I haven't been able to do so because I don't want to be flooded and I don't want nothing going up my nose and stuff like that. So I've had to kind of find alternatives, and there are lots of beautiful places in the UK right here. And I'm grateful for the Innate Agwu Storytelling Family Retreat, and I will continue to do the best that I can to support the team and Sister Griot. So likewise, I'm saying, if you haven't booked anything, you know, for the summer months, and you've got your family, or even if you don't have a family, you can be a child again in that space. You know, the inner child will come out, and you know, I'm sure you'll have a wonderful time. I just want to play one more testimony before we end. Thank you. If I can share my screen, I think I'm doing it already. Hang on. Let me go back here. Share here. And this little master.
Oh, hey there, folks. I didn't see you there. Anyway, the Nanny Agwu retreat was amazing. We saw llamas, sheep, horses, everything. We went swimming, camping, loads of stuff. We made lots of friends. We picked lots of fruit. We picked plums. We picked apples. We picked raspberries and blackberries. So to say, thank you to Shane Yard, the Nanny Agwu, Nanny Iggy, Nanny whatever. Just thank you.
That's so sweet.
Bless him. I've just one more.
No problem. Go ahead.
If I can find it, just bear with me. If I go back.
Because I know I think some of the older youngers were complaining about their phones, and then by the end of the time, they forgot totally about their phones, and they really, you know, got into it.
Yeah, they really did. And it was just amazing to just see, you know, how, and it's the whole village thing for me, because I'm so familiar with the continent, you know. I never thought I could experience what I experienced at the Innate Agwu Storytelling Festival. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the link that I want to go into. Is everybody all right?
Yes, we're here.
Good.
Yes, I'm good.
Good.
I mean, I haven't experienced the camping trip, but just taking people there and picking everybody up. And I think that last year I came early, and I was sort of like amongst when everybody's going to the river, and they had their groups when they was doing their poetry, and there's, you know, the people was packing up and people was cooking and sitting by the fire, and the experiences that everybody who I spoke to, you know, everybody, great big grin on their faces, you know, got to come back here again. They want to do it more than once a year, and it's absolutely beautiful. The euphoria, I actually felt that euphoria from everybody. Honestly, everywhere went, there wasn't one sad face, not one sad face.
And you were amazing as well, because you did all the driving. I think you're with us again this year, aren't you?
Yes, yeah, I'm taking.
And I believe you're fully booked.
Yes, there's 2 buses going. There may be a third.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So I'm just trying to find this page, and I'm clicking on it. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to show you some images from the website, just to get a feel. This is just some of images from. Can you see it from
Yeah.
the last one that we were at? So beautiful. Some of the volunteers. That's the yurt. That's what I was talking about that I stayed in. I went
Good.
back. Yeah, that's what I stayed in. Yeah, there's Griot having fun. Children.
Can I ask if
Yes, of course.
yeah, so I'd like to come, but it's just me. So is there a possibility of sharing with somebody, or will I have to sleep in a tent by myself and get eaten by the wolves?
Contact Sister Griot.
Okay.
Yeah, contact Sister Griot. And
I've dropped the email. I've dropped the email in the chat, so the email is there. Info at shanti-chi.com.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, because I'll drop it in the chat as well.
And another thing is, in terms of payment, do you have to pay all in one, or can you pay like in two parts? I know it's short notice, but and it's nearly, the time is nearly here.
Again, speak to Sister Griot.
Okay.
Yeah, if you give her a call.
Mm-hmm.
All right, sis.
All right, thank you.
All right. So this was just last year. Okay. I think unless you've got anything else to say, Brother James.
Well, the only thing I've got to say is that people, the last 20 spaces are there. I think there are about 27 people here or more, who hasn't got their tickets. I would definitely urge you not to miss this experience. Just go onto the website, www.shanti-chi.com, and get yourself there and just experience the most awesome experience that you will ever have. I can guarantee that. Among melanin rich people in the village.
Right, I'm gonna end with this one.
Good boy, good boy. Lick your hands. Do it again. That's my camera. What's it doing? Video, photo. What are you doing? It looks like. What the horse doing? What the horse doing?
Okay, thank you so much, Auntie Jean. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, and have a wonderful week. All right?
Yes. So
and
before you go, has anybody got any questions? Any other questions about the weekend? And any last words that you'd like to say?
I hope you do get the third bus, because if you get the third bus, I'll definitely be there.
We definitely will get the third bus. We have to get the third bus.
Definitely. So could you please repeat the days and just a little bit about what will be happening? Because I know you do night walks as well. It's included, isn't it?
Yes. It's Sunday the 25th to Thursday the 29th of July, 2021, 5 days. There will be a lot of activities there throughout the day. We've got some brilliant storytellers. We also have the Griot Warrior Ensemble. We've got Ellie Anderson. We've got Kumbania Arts. We've got Shala Story. We've got Jala Bakri. We've got yoga. We've got workshops. We've got choral playing, drumming, and there's also night walks. So there's quite a lot of activities going on. Plus that every campsite area, it's dissected into 3 areas. They all have their own campfires, so you can cook or do your roast your breadfruit or whatever you want to cook around the campfire. So there's going to be a lot of activities.
Is Buzzin gone?
I think he's still there. Okay. You're gonna have to repeat a little bit. You cut out.
Oh, I did. Oh, sorry. Well, just to mention some of the activities there. Of course, we're going to be honoring Subunfu Some, and she will be the one that we'll be honoring this year at the festival. She's a conjurer of storytelling magic. We've got plenty of storytellers there. We've got Griot Chinero, we've got the Griot Warrior Ensemble, we've got Ellie Anderson, we've got Kumbania Art, we've got Charlotte Story, we've got Jelle Barki, we've got yoga, African yoga, plenty of performances. We've also got workshop, choral play. We've got choral playing. We also have drums and the night walks. Very inspiring. You don't want to miss the night walks as well. So. And of course, the children will also have their own activities. We also have intergenerational night as well, activities as well. So it's going to be awesome and or inspiring. So it takes place between Sunday the 25th to Thursday the 29th of July, and it's 5 days retreat. And I've got the enviable job of being the site manager. So definitely gonna probably call on Sister Angie to help me when the pressure arrives, because the crowd is twice as big as last year.
Yeah. Okay. And there's a picture of the venue. There's a picture of the venue.
Yes.
So it's a bigger site than last year.
Yeah, it's a bigger site than last year. And
do you have dorms, or is it all tents as well?
It's all tents. It's all tents this year. Yeah, there are no dorms. There's a caravan and a bus, but they've all been taken. A caravan and a bus, but they've been taken. But the majority is going to be tents.
Okay. How many people sleeps in the bus?
So Andrew, do you remember how many people is in the bus? The bus has been taken though. I don't know how many people in the bus.
Yeah, there've been no. So some have got families, 5. It depends on what you've got, because there's caravans, there's buses. Yeah, so it's some's family.
But they're all gone though, isn't it, Sister?
Yeah, they've all gone. All of those.
No, it's just curiosity about how many will sleeps in the bus and.
Yeah.
All of them are gone.
They were snapped up quite early.
Okay. I can imagine. Sister Mimi, you have a question. You have a hand raised.
Yes, thank you. Hello. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I just want to ask, is this African only event, or
yes, it is
open to anybody?
No, it's melanin rich only.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any further questions? Okay.
Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Have a good
Thank you, Auntie.
Have a
You're
great
welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I can see you firing backward and forward the people for the event this year, because you did a fantastic job last year.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, bless Auntie Jean, another warrior queen in our community. Thank you so much, Auntie Jean.
And thank you.
Thank you.
From another warrior queen.
Give thanks.
And Sister Kemet too. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Is that a question? Was that a question from Sister Kemet?
Sister Kemet? Did she unmute?
I think
just wants to know how much is that?
I think Sister Kemet wants to know the total cost.
Yeah.
Of the 5-day pass.
Right. So if I don't want to quote, but if you could go on the website, I would really. Let me just see if I can. Right here. Okay, 5-day pass. Here we go. Okay. So there we go.
Are you screen sharing?
Oh, I thought I was.
You can't see it.
I came off, didn't I?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me go back on. the screen share. There we go. Can you see that? So the 5-day pass for the adults is £200 now. The early birds finished, I'm afraid. So there's the cost. And then obviously your tent, you'll have to get your own tent.
So you have to get your own tent, obviously sleeping bag.
Yeah, all your camping stuff. All your camping.
Sorry, greetings. Is all the glamping gone?
I believe they have, but what I would say at this stage,
there was about three different rounds of it or whatever it was. So I was just double checking and just clarifying if that was finished now.
Yeah, we did get some extra ones.
Yeah,
but what I would say is speak to Sister Gabriel because she may have ways that you can hire them.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, good, thanks.
All right, thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you. The pictures are amazing,
aren't they? Take care. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for listening.
Good night.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You've put your details in the chat. You've put the you've put the email address in. You've put the website addresses in and the contact details. Yeah.
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay. Brilliant. Thank you, Buzzy B.
Yes. Thank you, Auntie Jean.
You're welcome, and Sister Angie Rose. Thank you.
Rise up. Rise up. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right. With this now, we're going to go back to our brother, Tam-ARa.
There we go. Yes, greetings. Yes, thank you once again. I've been enjoying every second of this program. It's just beautiful, Auntie Jean, the work you're doing. It's just I can feel it growing on me, and enough salutations and respect to these beautiful queens who are doing contributing massively towards us, the melanin sector, and I'm just so grateful to be here. And I forgot to mention that I do have a book called From Rehab to Life, which is by Tam-ARa Gabriel, and it's autobiographical, and it's available on Amazon. And this book really is something which is written to help people overcome drug and alcohol addiction and the life of violence and crime. And also we have an album called Ex-Gangster's Odyssey, which is by Tam-ARa Gabriel, which is poetry to music. And that's available on Amazon and iTunes and Spotify. And yes, and also the fact of the matter is that our email address for our charity, which is From Rehab to Life Foundation, from rehabtolifefoundation.org. You can get more information there, or on info@From Rehab to Life Foundation. And also you can find more information and insight into stuff that's pertaining to our work at tamaragabriel.org. Tamara, tamaragabriel.org. I mean, you pronounce it as Tam-ARa, although it's spelled like Tam-ARa, but Tam-ARa is the female pronunciation for the word for Tam-ARa in American. So you'd say Tam-ARa for the female and Tam-ARa for the male. And well, anyway, we're going to get along with, and also we require volunteers to help us at From Rehab to Life Foundation. And we do work with our forgotten neighbors as well, running a couple of soup kitchens, and we hope to open up a few more along the way by the grace of the Most High, our Creator. So any volunteers or anyone who wishes to donate food, money, their time, expertise, please call us. You know, whether you're a counselor, psychologist, or a psychiatrist, or a therapist in any way, or even an accountant. You know, we need people like that on board to help us to deliver our services even more efficiently. Anyway, here we are now with the next poem, which is called Blues Dance. Wearing our two-tone tonic, three-ply mohair suits, with shiny brogues and Chelsea boots, on our way to a blues dance at 2 a.m. by car, taxi, and foot. What a thrill to hear the reggae bass line from around the block, as tweeters tweet like birds on a treetop, lead vocals and harmony sounding so sweet, as if saying, hurry, come, get curry, goat, rice and peas, red stripe, ganja and cherry beet, for which we have to spend money after we've paid the entrance fee, but dancing with the girls are free. Well, that's blues dance. And then there's a poem called Depression, which is on our album, Ex-Gangsta's Odyssey. Depression. I said, depression. When depression came, I didn't see. The past in my life had caught up with me. The violent abuse I suffered as a child, my uni education that had been denied. So many things I'd suppressed inside, with nowhere to run, with nowhere to hide, in a pitch black tunnel, with no light in sight. Depression came like a thief in the night. Don't know if it came from the left or the right, but in denial I put up a fight with cocaine and alcohol abuse to make things right. My appetite for business and money was gone. Life became devoid of fun. A good woman was needed, but I couldn't find none. My chances were 1,000,000,000 to 1. When suicidal thoughts came along, it took much more than just being strong against a thing so forceful, not so easy to overcome. Alcohol and cocaine, they were the enemy, not my friends. But way back then, I didn't comprehend, as they anesthetized the pain, anger, and torment to forget the years of betrayal from family and friends, men and women who came for financial gain, massive burglaries I suffered again and again, feeling like an outcast amongst 1,000,000 friends. Committing murder appeared to be justified after the way that I'd been crucified, but somehow God kept me off that path, because only God could abate my wrath, because only God could abate my wrath. That's depression, and you know, there's so many people with mental illness today. Our charity From Rehab to Life Foundation provides mental health solutions to drug and alcohol addiction, violence and crime, and homelessness, as a matter of fact, because that's the result of these vices. And we've got another poem here now. It's entitled The Absence of Light. You could call this another mental health poem, so to speak. The absence of light. As I slipped into the darkness at the dawn, in boxes only, by the riverbank, yet somehow I never jumped in. Although the voice that beckoned me from the waters was enchantingly convincing, As trains rolled into the station, my back was glued to the wall, so I wouldn't fall or die, thus keeping myself alive. I was hanging by a thread instead of a rope. My mortality clung to a glimmer of hope. I wasn't that innocent, having brutalized the men and women for pride and money, let down God Almighty, myself, friends and family, and many members of society. Remorse, resentment, guilt, and shame, with feelings and emotions that have no name, that which I could never, ever explain. Accepting life on life's terms gave me the balance and gave me the peace I needed for the power of love to be released. A self-centeredness gradually became deceased. Cleansed with confession and forgiveness, I was no more a prisoner of the past. Now became the only place to be, with the future always looking bright. Now I know the darkness is always the absence of light. I repeat, now I know the darkness is always the absence of light. And we have another one called A Martyr for Ganja. A Martyr for Ganja. Police stops and searches were a regular thing, with or without wearing bling. No matter what vehicle we were driving, on foot it was just the same, as we played the duck and diving game, with cloak and dagger and the gangster swagger. We suffered persecution for the herb that heals the nation, keeping the peace in recreation, and gave us economic salvation from soft laws and police brutalization. They even took my collector's Mercedes away and said, "You'll never get it back again, even if I took them to court." And the judge ruled in my favor. They'd never give me back that car, because they knew what I did for a living. It was their time to take and mine for the giving. Things got even worse, more blasé. As police corruption grew, I was jailed for 18 months for some ganja you couldn't chew or see, weighing less than quarter gram in reality, like so many brothers in that game. For the healing of the nation in your name, a martyr for ganja, IBK. And we have one called Tick Tock Tick. As a matter of fact, the last one, the martyr for ganja, is also on our album, Ex-Gangster's Odyssey, as is Absence of Life. This one is entitled Tick Tock Tick. Tick Tock Tick. Life is so poetic with every tick tock tick, in good health and even when we're sick. And through the moments in between, where cars can be heard and bust is to be seen, and as the trains roll along and cars' ignition sounds to the clonk, clunk, click, people rushing hither and thither to the tick tock tick. The birds, foxes, and cats, they all take it in their stride, watching us humans as if in a race, looking for somewhere to hide. These animals wish that they could speak, saying, "Do you see us stress? Do you see us strain? Attacking each other again and again. We're nearly always happy and hardly ever sick. So relax with us to the tick, tock, tick. Okay, and now we've got another one called Swing Park. Children laughing on the swings, while others with their mobiles ring. Mommy and daddy to let them know they're at the top of the slide and ready to go. No time here for computer games in this kindergarten social frame, with roundabouts, sandpits, ropes, and metal frames. The giggles, screams, and laughter we all hear, a chorus of angels in good cheer. As they evolve, they revolve and climb and stretch, calling mommy and daddy to catch or to fetch on a rubbery ground where no bruises can be found. As the children socialize, they stop crying as they get wise, learning balance, self-awareness, and control, transcending fear with their heart, mind, and soul. On this social occasion, bliss is now and the destination. And here we go. We've got one called Ray Tay Tay. You know when we say Ray Tay 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 Tay? Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll have to read this one because I don't remember this one off by heart. All right. Ray Tay 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 Tay. Ray Tay 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 Tay. Calling all defenders of the earth. We know what life is really worth. Without your love, there'll never be no earth. Without your love, there is no birth. War, starvation, global warming, spiritual and mental poverty. All earth defenders know the best things in life are free. That's why we're calling for love, light, and healing to manifest, for us to enjoy and see. This is why we're loving, and this is why we're giving. This is why we defend love, light, and healing. There's grace in receiving. There's grace in giving. To live and let live is to be positive. Calling all defenders of the earth. We're here to work with nature as servants of our Creator. Here to build, not to destroy. This life, this earth, it's not a toy. Raising consciousness with joy. Defending the light, defending the right. Oh, what a delight. Love, light, and healing. Oh, what a joyful feeling. Ray, tay, 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 tay. And we have another one called Ereline, which can also be found on my album, Ex-Gangsta's Odyssey. Ereline. Ereline was my best friend, my cousin and girlfriend. I never ever had to pretend. We lived close together by the sea on a beach called Lago. I loved the beauty of her mind and skin and her spirit deep within. That's my Ereline, childhood sweetheart and darling. So when I had to leave, I was sorely grieved as I held her hands that night on the stars and full moonlight. Although I was just a child, I felt like a man inside. I touched her intimately, enthralled by her beauty, knowing I'd soon be missing our touching, cuddling, and kissing. Although we were just children, we knew we were more than just friends, and this loving feeling would never end. Now here I am, here just like this, with nothing to remember or but only reminisce the fragrance of that moment of that bliss, as the sounds of the waves gently kiss the shore, with that sinking feeling, knowing I'd be seeing her no more, with that sinking feeling, knowing I'd be seeing her no more. Yes, that was Era Lee. I love you, Era Lee. I still remember you to this day. This one is called Leaving Home. Yes, this is a poem I dedicate to the Windrush generation. Leaving home. My heart was filled with much despair when I was summoned to L'Angleterre to reside with my parents. That was certain. Though powerless, I resisted till the final curtain. My elder said, "Son, don't you want to see the snow?" I, the little boy, spontaneously replied with an impertinent "No." "Why?" they exclaimed, looking puzzled and hard. I, the little boy, replied, "I see the snow on Christmas cards." So with Mammy I went one day in a rowing boat to the big ship Genoa, so colossal it caused dismay. Venezuela was the first port of call as we cruised and sailed away. The sea was rough and filled me with fear. The food was not the same, oh dear. The next stop was Genoa, and from there a train to Rome. Then again we embarked on the big ship till we docked in England, our new home. Victoria, the underground, oh, it gave me such a fright, with windows that looked into darkness as if day had turned to night. Where were the birds of color? The buildings, the clothes, so drab and gray. And as we entered our home in Hackney, there were no maids to my dismay. I recalled back home they said, "Go a foreign boy, England Street pier with go. For there your future is sunny and bright, though the winters are dark and cold." I may have been young and inexperienced, and yet I knew the other half had not been told. That's Leaving Home. And, well, there's another one here entitled The Last Days. The Last Days. I think I have to, there we are. I've got it written down. The Last Days. It's a short one. The last days. In the last days, man will be bragging and boasting of his ways, saying that crime and immorality pays, and to kill is a thrill, dishonesty a thing to fulfill, by all those in a haze, in the last days. Okay. Just, what else have we got here? Let me see, where have I got my list? I wrote a list down, no, I dropped it somewhere, but, here it is. And we have another one called Yeshua Mishak. Yeshua Mishak, the great master, came here on earth to avert us from disaster. by demonstrating that the only way is love, to live and let live and be willing to forgive. Thank you, Yeshua Mishak, for giving us a reprieve. By the grace of our Creator, I do believe. And here we have one called Concrete City. Living in a concrete city, life ain't easy. Living in a concrete city, life ain't easy. I see trains flashing past my window, cars roaring at my door, smoke that fills up my garden. It's a crime to be poor in the concrete city. Life ain't easy. In the concrete city, life ain't easy. Have you got a light? Have you got a bite? Have you got a job? Have you got a bob? I see trains flashing past my windows and cars roaring at my door, smoke that fills up my garden. It's a crime to be poor in the concrete city. Life ain't easy. Okay, and what have we got here? From concrete city, we go on to love and forgiveness. Love and forgiveness. Love and forgiveness is one, and there is no separation. I know you say you can't forgive some things I've done. Just look at yourself. Is there a fault? Tell me, not even one? Well, I'm not perfect, and I'm not trying to be. Got to live this life the best I can. Got to face reality. Why don't you come on over? Let's talk things through. From there's a chance to restore this romance, then I'm with you. Love and forgiveness is one, and there is no separation. Love grows through the pain till the joys of life returns again. Through the stress and through the strain, we return to love again. Love and forgiveness is one, and there is no separation. Oh, the touch of your hand tells me sweetly, you understand that all is forgiven. Now take my hand. Love and forgiveness is one, and there is no separation. Yes, some people say they love, but they can't forgive. Apparently, if you can't forgive, then you don't love either, because they are one.
It's so true. That is so true.
Yes, indeed. And
have you got a last one for us?
Yes, we have a last one. It's called Kind Man. You should never think that a kind man is a fool. Because if all of us were kind, love on earth would be easy to find. Kindness is not a weakness. It's a sign of righteousness. So don't be afraid what others would do just because they find you're a kind man too. Don't join the evil crew just because they number more than you. Don't be ashamed or afraid to be kind, because you will conquer all in the end. Be an example for others to see, for the pure in heart are forever mighty. Never think that you one is not enough, because that's what they need before they call their bluff. Don't be ashamed or afraid to be kind, my friend, because you will conquer all in the end. Don't be ashamed to be kind, my friend, because you will conquer all in the end. Thank you.
That was absolutely brilliant. And you do need a rap on your knuckles. You need to put all your poems into a book.
Absolutely, absolutely. I've written, there must be thousands of poems, and I suffered 2 massive burglaries. I had a briefcase full of poems and songs, and I told people, this is my treasure. You know, this is priceless to me. And when I lost it in a burglary, my God, depression came like a thief in the night. But in that case, I sought to murder the person who I believed stole my precious poems. They could have taken everything else, which they did, but my poems, you know, they must have thought there was money in the briefcase when they rattled it, you know. It was full of money, where it was full of poems. But I'm going to get it together, because Sista Kemet has really inspired me. I love how she's produced her poetry in that sort of theatrical style, you know, on stage, you know, on screen, whatever. It's beautiful, really, really very, very vivid, you know, in the way she's produced that. And I'm so glad to have been inspired here by everyone tonight, including yourself, of course, Auntie, because without you, all this wouldn't be possible. And by the grace of the Most High, may the spirits of our ancestors continue to work through you to produce this wonderful market, and all the work that you're doing, and all the work that everyone here on this platform do. Thank you so much for having me. Bless
And
you.
I thank you. I thank you very much. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you. And looking forward to seeing you back again soon.
I look forward to that too, Auntie G. Blessed love. See you
Okay. Give thanks. Give thanks. And I'm going to hand over now to our brother Dan-ARa, and his brother Xtra, and met up with this brother yesterday at the protest in Brixton. And I said to brother Xtra, if you could come down and let us know the details of the protest, what it's all about, and how we can help to support, and also the you know, about you. Tell us about you as well. So brother Xtra, the screen is now yours, and welcome. Let everybody know who you are. And before you do that, just a reminder that thanks for those people listening on Black Culture Radio. You're listening to the Auntie Jean Zone of Black Culture Radio, which is all the W's, blackcultureradio.com. So, brother Xtra, the screen is now yours, and welcome.
Give thanks, Auntie Jean. You can hear me clearly, yeah?
Yes, yes. You shuffling papers as well?
Cool. Yeah. I got a few
I
things
can hear
in front
that.
of me. All right, sorry about that. Let's start. So, how are you? And how is everybody this grand evening?
This is good, because after we left the protest, we went down to the Nzingha.
Peckham.
Yeah, in Peckham, the first year's anniversary of Nzingha X. So yes.
Love that.
It was really
I came up afterwards as well. I came at the point, I think you've got your award with a couple of other people.
Yes. That was it was nice for the Garvey Village, for the work that we do with the Garvey Village. So it's brilliant. It's brilliant.
All right, cool. Well, after this, I need to know some more about the Garvey Village.
Okay, we will let you know.
Right, cool. Okay. So yeah, let's get into this. I am Brother Xtra from Man in Action and CIC. We are a community interest company. We started out as a group, a male empowerment group, literally just having weekly meetings in my home, with other brothers coming together to empower ourselves to learn the law and be able to defend and protect ourselves legally better. Because I felt at that time, see, men in dealing with, there's multiple issues when facing our manhood in society. The group was actually started, Man in Action, from listening to the voices of our women who keep saying they don't have a man, they don't have a man, where's our man, we need a man. And so many different levels, even my own relationship, I felt like I was quite present, but there was some issues where I kept hearing this man word, which I didn't get. But if I really actually look at what's going on in society, we do need a better man. That's just a reality. So Man in Action was to empower men to be better men for themselves, for the benefit of our homes and communities. That's the reality. And that's what we came together to do, to empower each other to be better within ourselves, which led to us then being able to actually provide services for each other. So we became advocates of each other for work disciplinaries, supporting each other's children or families, or outside of our network, other families now, because we start to empower ourselves to be able to do actual things legally with education. Some of us might have been teachers or social workers or have certain skill sets that can then impact how we can support our community in particular situations. So even appropriate adults at police stations for young people, literally we'd just be getting calls from people to support. Now, I'm quite active. I've been doing quite a few things. I've worked with young people from I was 18 years old in various different dynamics. So in me starting Man in Action, I definitely understood that there was a need to work with not just young people, but parents too, to be a bit more holistic with the process. So we can work with young people, or we can work with parents, and we can work with both in that regard. So again, just forwarding up to the boycott in Brixton on Saturday, that came through Brother Minka, because again, over the years, me and Minka have done quite a few work together and in support of each other. So he contacted me to say that there was a sister from his Saturday school who her brother was brutalized by the police in response to an item that he brought from a shop that he went to replace. So under the Consumer Rights Act, the shop had acted out of place, because the Consumer Rights Act states that you've got 30 days to 6 months to replace an electrical item if you find a fault with it. Now, this was an electrical item, so the brother was well within his time frame to return the item with his proof of purchase and to just have the item replaced without any problems, to be honest, not even with a conversation too much. So they didn't replace the item. They called the police, which led to the brother being arrested. So Minka's asked if I can be in support of the family and organize a boycott, because again, this is something that our community has been quite used to. We're quite good consumers in that we will go and spend our pound wherever, however, and quite consistently with whoever. However, the treatment that we get back, we shouldn't just so readily accept. And some of that does come down to actually just not even understanding our consumer rights. So again, we decided to have this boycott, a power hour, because we do also understand that getting our community together for longer than an hour on matters or issues that affect us, even though it might not be me directly who it affected, can be quite difficult. So for an hour should be good enough for people to just come for an hour. Literally, we don't need you for the whole day. Just come for an hour. Power hour, 1 p.m. till 2 p.m., 31 Atlantic Road, Brixton. The shop is called Beauty Choice Cosmetics, but we renamed it Ugly Choice Cosmetics. I think you were there at that time as well, Agwu.
Yeah.
So yeah, 31 Atlantic Road, Brixton. At this point in time, the first step that we took was to approach the shop on behalf of our community member with a list of demands from the community member. So we did that on Tuesday morning. Now, with us doing that and that community member actually taking action for themselves, which is going to seek legal advice and sending a legal letter. The day on Friday, the shopkeepers went to the police station to take the action of getting whatever charge or caution that was given to the brother by the police. They tried to get that rescinded or revoked. So that was a step that they've taken in providing remedy and restoration of the situation to our brother. So we found that out only yesterday when we went to boycott. They were not happy, but they wanted to let us know straight away that they are doing their best to work this out, and that straight away they would give us the item now to give to the brother. We're saying we're not going to take anything. We're just here until you have dealt with what you need to deal with the brother, and we're going to make a stand until everything is completed. All of our demands are completed, which includes the action of the brother having no criminal record at all, because he didn't have a criminal record before this incident. So yeah, we're there every Saturday, 1 p.m. till 2 p.m. If anybody wants to help us with security, if they could arrive for between 12 and 12:30 p.m. so we could be organized with the security and what that looks like. So even how we are organized, because again, part of our journey, Man in Action, was about learning the law to empower and defend ourselves and protect ourselves. There was only 4 members of security that was maintaining that march, that protest. It's not a march, it's a protest. There was only 4 members of security that day. Now, every one person had a role, but we also had, the role was to work together when necessary. But every one person had a role. So we had one person that was our police liaison. So when the police do come, that one person is going to speak to them. In the way that we manage the police, they actually determined that they don't need to stay. As long as we can manage the people and we don't violate certain legalities, they were keeping it moving. And that was based on the fact that we know our rights to protest. We were equipped with what knowledge we needed. We also had a script to stick to. We're not coming off of the script. We have one person that's going to liaise with the police. Nobody else is going to talk to them for anything. But that one person, he knows what he needs to know to ensure that we can be out here for an hour or longer. And literally, everything was handled in a very organized manner in regards from the team. So that enabled the police to actually be quite clear with us and say that they don't have any issues with us being out there or coming out there every week and stopping our people from going into the shop. We just can't stop anybody else, which we know that. So even in forming a cordon, we leave the door open so people can get into the shop, but we're making enough noise and our presence is quite clear to then even people that are going to ask us, why are we doing this? What is going on? So we explained to them, we had a few people that we were able to have conversations with that were actual consumers of that particular retailer, who then turned around and said, you know what, you're very right, I'm going to go somewhere else. So yeah, and there's going to be some information of black hairdressers, quote unquote, people of African heritage who own hairdressers from Lewisham to, there was a few areas that I was actually given. So I'm just going to get those addresses and we're going to start to share that around. 1 second, my buzzer just went. Oh, no, I'm good, bro. Just in the meeting. Thanks a lot. Good neighbours, you know. Sorry about that. My neighbours literally going to the shop late at night asking for what is it.
Sweet of them.
Good neighbours. We have to live good. We have to live good. We have to live good with people. We do. And yeah, I just saw a message about that is policing our own people. Yes. So Man in Action and the community frontline, we formed an organisation or a movement just called the Crew. So the Community Response Unit, where we respond to the needs of our community in a plethora of ways. Literally, we're still working out what that looks like, but if we need to stand up, we need to stand up, we need to be present, we will be present. So even through my own organisation, Man in Action, we've had situations where we've had to go into our own homes, members of our organisation for needs, domestic needs, mental needs, emotional needs, and we're willing to do that. That's what's got us up. So literally, we've had people call us and say that they're afraid of their partner. They need support. We have to turn up to the house. We have to turn up. We don't turn up aggressive, but we turn up in support of everybody. How can this situation be best reconciled? Which has brought us to the place of actually being able to also provide mediation as a service. which we're working on more, but we've actually started to provide mediation for families, families and fathers. So say fathers, because I've got another group, Fighting Fathers, which is we just started this group within the last 8 weeks, and this has been a part of 3 members from Man in Action, myself being one of them. We are the 3 core members, but this has been a part of our own personal journey. So we have a group called Fighting Fathers, fathers that are fighting for contact with or custody for their children, and we're supporting fathers in any way that they need, with legal assistance, legal advice, emotional support, because that is quite important. Fathers lack emotional support majorly, inside the system and outside of the system. We're getting a bit closer to what that looks like in terms of maybe a father's personal network, but we need actual networks that can provide emotional support for men, especially fighting fathers. That's my personal journey, so I definitely understand what that looks like. Yeah, and that group is just actually doing quite wonderful. I've got 2 platforms at the moment, just a WhatsApp and Telegram. And the WhatsApp group started first. Within, I'd say 7 days, we had like 30 members. And the brothers in there everybody was quite open, quite honest about the situation, which also helps us to learn. And literally, when we just talk about supporting there, people might open up about the situation, might be telling us that they haven't seen their child for a certain amount of time, and what's happened. And we will say to them, like, look, the first step, you've got to build a relationship with your child. So you might not be able to go there and be able to see your child every time, but if you start with actually 1 day a week, you can get somewhere, and we can support you in that, whatever that looks like. Do you need support in reaching out to the mother? Are you able to reach out to the mother yourself? You understand? Is there domestic issues that are involved within your situation that you need to understand the dynamic a bit better for yourself? Because sometimes also men are caught up in certain things where they're blaming the woman, but they're not able to identify what they then need to do to have contact with their child, or ensure that contact is consistent with their child. I got there myself. I felt like it's her fault, but actually I could still do things differently, which I've done now. So it's just providing even just emotional support for advice through the experience of our stories and how far we've come through being very consistent. So we even want fathers that have been absent in their children's lives to step forward. We can support you in taking the steps, no matter what your reason is. No matter what your reason is for being absent, we can support you in taking the steps, in being present and active in your children's life. So yeah, that's another thing that we do.
Sorry, I just got a question.
From Man in Action. Yes.
And before you move on to your next bit, before I lose it.
No problem.
So are you working are you working with the Black Father Support Group as well?
I would say yes. The reason being, we haven't done any work together, but the reason being is I am a member, lifelong.
Yeah.
The Black Father Support Group actually inspired me to do some of the work that I've been doing, because they were older generation. So we used to clash in how I would view we need to go forward, or versus how they view they need to go forward. But that inspired me, because again, I was a member of the Black Father Support Group going back to 2008. Mm-hmm. So I started Man in Action as a group around 2010, 2011, inspired by those brothers, those elders around me. One of my brethren now, who's a member of Man in Action, actually is a member of the Black Father Support Group. Okay. And he wants to grow in that organization, which I said I'll support him with that, which means I'm going to start going back to their meetings as well. We need to be able to support each other in our growth and development also. And that's a stand-up brother. It's actually Siddiqui at my Gene as well.
Yeah.
Just to let you know. Yeah,
he
so
sorts out my laptop for me.
Yeah, man. Stand-up brother. Me and him have been doing works for a few years, and we do a lot of work together. So yeah. Does that answer your question? You had another question.
Yeah. No, it's good that, because sometimes we always work separately. Other groups doing other things instead of us working in conjunction. So And it's good to see that there's the youngers and there's the middle age, I'm going to say, are working together, you know, in some sort of way, because I know some of the younger fathers, they cannot identify with what the middle age are saying, you know, at times. So to hear it from, like, to have it peer to peer, it is more easy for them to actually compute that, you know. So no, definitely that you are doing that. And it was interesting what you said as well in regards to your right to protest. Those rights are going to be, they're trying to erode those rights come September with the Kill the Bill, what they're trying to put, the policing bill that they're trying to put through come September. So I'm asking people to actually to support. There's always demos on this. Demonstrations, because we won't even be able to make any noise, to stand outside, even though we've got our right to protest on the pavement, because I don't want us to be in the road, but on the pavement. So these are the things that we have to actually try to protect as well. So yeah, I just wanted to just put that in as well.
Yeah, and that came, what we had as and used as our strength in our knowledge of what we're doing was the Human Rights Act 1988 and the European Convention on Human Rights as well, because those say the right to assembly and association, and obviously the right to the freedom of expression. So we use those in our favor, because they can't supersede those unless we've done something legally wrong. Unless we've done something legally wrong, they can't supersede those. So literally, they were quite unhappy to know that we know what we're talking about today, and we're not going to have any problems. You can keep it moving. We will handle the crowd. So what you said there is definitely, I definitely support that. We need to be more active, and we need to protect our rights and freedoms, definitely, because they are. I had no idea that they were looking to bring in some new policing bill.
Yeah, they are.
It's not even it's not an attempt to supersede the law. It's actually an attempt to usurp it. So we need to be clear and understand these things.
Yeah.
Some of these rights and freedoms that we actually have, they cannot actually be superseded in the way that they've been written down for us. Which, when we're not utilizing these laws for our benefit, they can be usurped by bills that we believe are a supersession of a law that we didn't even really know about anyway. So now we believe that this bill is the superseding law, when actually they're trying to usurp the laws that give us our intrinsic rights and freedoms, but we're not actually using those to also impact our rights and freedoms. Yeah, because it's like it's a backdoor of getting into to actually starting to dismantle the Human Rights Act, because the Tory government have always tried to hold that anyway, and that was one of their reasons of coming out of the EU. And also we also have Paul Grant, who is our Campaign for Truth and Justice on the Garvey management team, and he does actually use the Human Rights Act many a times. So I'm quite averse with, I think, so much times with the different sections and things in regards to the human rights. So thank you for that, brother. Yeah. Big up Cool Grant as well. I definitely want to reconnect with that brother if when possible and due time, because what he's doing, one of the things I've been doing, which is using the law to enact his rights and freedoms completely. I salute that man. From the first day I met him, heard his story, and to know that he's still doing the same thing, I'm so happy to know that he's still out here. So big up Paul Grant, seriously, and I need to connect with him, please. Yourself, Auntie.
Yes, he was at the event yesterday as well.
I know.
He got an award.
I know. I didn't get to, because we were both getting pulled left and right by so many people, and I was even out longer than I was supposed to. I wasn't even meant to be yesterday. I was only meant to do the boycott in Brixton, and I had other things that I needed to do in my personal world. But obviously, when I heard about Peckham yesterday, on the day, Saturday, so I thought, you know what? Let me roll out, let me support, let me go with the energy, because today was a good day. Today, more than good, to be honest. I felt like even from Brixton, it was a great day, great turnout, great energy, the sun. So I thought, you know what, let me come to Peckham and support. And literally, so I was running on a clock. I ended up leaving Peckham at 9 o'clock. I wasn't even meant to be up there that late. So I was like, whoa. But it was good. It was a good event. So yeah. But definitely, I appreciate what everybody's doing, and it does need to be just more together, more unified. People need to be knowing what is right next to them. Because I'm in the community. I walk through Brixton, I walk through Wandsworth, I walk through Peckham. But a lot of people out there don't know what his brothers passing them is doing. You see what I'm saying? So thank you for the platform as well.
You're welcome. You got two questions. One from DJ Supreme, and then the other from Queen Nzingha. DJ Supreme?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Loud
you.
and clear.
Okay, going out to the brother, I'm just going back a few questions, or it's something that you said and it just flagged up to me about, I don't know if you're talking about fathers seeing their children, but I did put it in the chat about fathers have to put in for parental responsibility. That it's a small thing, it's a small start, but that's the way how it starts, because I do believe the mother of the child automatically has parental responsibility.
No.
So when there's, I don't know if you can touch on that. I don't know if they've changed.
Yeah. What it is, and I've just been hit sideways with this knowledge the other day. So what happened is parental responsibility is automatic for anybody who has their name on the birth certificate. Yeah. So I supported a brother getting full custody of his child because the mother had mental health issues, and they had the mother and the child in like a unit which potentially would have the mother going to a mental hospital and the child be taken away, and the father had no rights because he was not on the birth certificate. Now, the first thing he had to do to appease social services was no, he didn't. He almost had to. So how to get on the birth certificate, first and foremost, is a DNA test. Once you have DNA test, nobody can stop you putting your name on your child's birth certificate and getting parental responsibility from that point with DNA. Now, without DNA, all you would need is the acknowledgement from the mother. That's proof. Is that the child's father? Once they say yes, your name goes on the birth certificate. You have the same power. And that's where parental responsibility starts. It becomes equal at that point. You have shared parental responsibility. So you can go to your child's school, their doctors, any club that they attend, and get whatever information is relevant for your child given to you based on the fact that you have parental responsibility. You can get medical records or records in any institution changed based on the fact that you have parental responsibility. This has got nothing to do with anything else other than the fact that if your child, like my last name is Thomas. If my children, mother didn't use any of my last name with any of my children, wherever they go, in whatever institution, I can go to that institution and get them to rename my children on their records based on my parental responsibility and proving those children are mine based on their birth certificates. So that's parental responsibility. What I got actually found out the other day was there's something called parental authority. Now, this is tabled in favor of the mothers, usually, because mothers are primary carers to most children when families split up. The mother is left with the children when families split up. So there's a thing called parental authority that I'm going to say, quote unquote, mothers have over fathers when they are the primary carer of the child. And that supersedes parental responsibility. And I think that's a very fine line, because parental responsibility now, a father, if there's no contact arrangement order in place, a father with their children can keep those children for as long as they like, as long as the children are not in danger. But actually, if the mother invokes parental authority and she's the primary carer, the police can come and get the children without a contact arrangement order. If the mother restricts the children from the father without a contact arrangement order cannot call the police. He cannot do the same thing that a mother can do. So he doesn't have that parental authority that a mother has. And that's the difference. parental responsibility will not get you your children from the other partner, well, from the other parent, should I say, sorry. Parental authority will, and it only goes one way. And that's in relation to the mother, if the children are the primary carer. So to then, the only thing that can supersede parental authority on a biased nature is a father having, or a mother having, again, I'm saying on a biased nature. So whichever way that bias is working, the only way that bias can be stopped is by the other parent having a CAO, which is a child arrangement order from court. Does that make that clear on parental responsibility and parental authority?
Yeah, that's pretty clear. There was another little, I'll just very quickly ask this question. You said something about going to someone's house when there's a dispute and acting as a mediator. But how can you, if you can't be acting as a mediator if you're biased?
So,
because
you've gone in about being coming in, right. I just want to ask clarity. So, if you, DJ Supreme, was a part of the organization and you said that you've got an issue in your home, and then we go into your home, is that what you're saying the bias exists?
Yeah, because if you've come on somebody else's behalf. A mediator doesn't take sides.
We don't take sides. So we make it very clear, in coming into your home, we are going to be impartial. And it might not be the person who you've actually disclosed going into your home. Do you understand? Because that person might be more familiar to you than someone who we can send in on an impartial basis. Both ways. Why we are definitely about being impartial, and our brothers respect that, because we're about man in action. So if that means that we need to pull you up, bro, we're going to pull you up. Do you get what I'm saying? We're not coming in there to being biased against the woman. We are coming in there to create a healthy foundation for the family dynamic. That's what it is. And we make this determination based on that impartial presence. So that's our support. We are coming to support, but we're coming to support everybody, whatever needs we identify. And the brothers that we work with are well aware of that. So they know that if they're calling us into their own homes, it's on an impartial basis, where that means that you, brother, might actually be told that you might need to, and it's not a telling, but again, in Man in Action, we're a bit more forward in it. So we can speak quite frankly to each other, and we receive it very well because we've learnt ourselves in that way. So yeah, I use the words telling, but it's not a telling. We make suggestions and recommendations, and then we just see that you act accordingly, because it's about man in action. That's it. So yeah, does that answer that question? Does that make that clearer?
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, DJ Supreme. Queen Nzingha.
Thank you. Just two little points I wanted to make. One was going back to what Mr. Shez was saying about the Kill the Bill. We actually, as a people, need to understand that the government is doing a lot of things in cloak and dagger. And so we need to keep our eyes wide open with the papers, with the news, with the little WhatsApp videos that we get, because, you know, there's a lot of stuff going on that's taking away people's rights without us being aware of it. I don't know if many of you saw the NHS thing the other day. Somebody sent it to me where they're trying to sell off our access to our records. And I sent it to my MP to ask her to raise it in the Parliament. And so did obviously other people, because it was raised in the Parliament and now they've had to defer it. So just to encourage people to keep their eyes open. Beautiful. Coming back to the brother, I just wanted to mention something regarding the demonstration yesterday, because I was there, but a lady came up to me and she was really angry because she said, somebody, I'm not saying, I don't know who it was that said it to her, not going at that shop there. And she was incensed because, as she said, she don't know who this muddy. And, you know, if you're trying to get people on board, then we need to speak to people properly and show people the respect, and maybe just pull them aside and explain what it is that we're trying to do. And these are some of the things that we as a people need to deal with. Because we're politically astute and aware, don't mean everybody is. So, you know, I just wanted to bring that up. And then the other point I wanted to make, just coming on to fathers, because, I mean, I could tell you one long hell of a story, but I'm not going to. It's important that when fathers agree to collect children, to take children, that they turn up. I'm not saying all fathers do this, but I know from my own personal experience, their father could have come any time he want, come take the children anywhere. Often my son is sitting there waiting, or my daughter is sitting there waiting for dad to come, him not come away. And so that then builds up this hostility and resentment. So just for us, if we're going to move forward as a people to begin to look at these issues that we all create, because all of us are human, and see how we can stop doing the things that we do that cause problem. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So just on the first point about the community engagement, I'm glad to hear that, because we need to know things that didn't go well, because that was a good day. And even just the way you said, the guy in that shop, I know who that was. I'm going to have to speak to that person. Yeah. I know who that was, 100%. And listen, I have to speak to them, because we have to work together and we have to be aligned. And part of the movement was to educate the community, to enlighten the community, not to look ignorant to the community. Do you see what I'm saying? Because it's very easy for us to look ignorant when, as you said, we are maybe more politically adept in just the situation. We might not actually be more politically adept, period, than whoever we're speaking to, but we just know what's going on with this situation and why we're here and why we're doing that and why we want our people to know not to go into that shop. So we should be definitely more, have more patience with us, with our community in expressing our concerns and why we're doing things. So definitely I'm going to have a word with that person about that. Thank you for letting us know, because it's important, again, that we get all sides of the critique. And I appreciate how you gave the critique as well, because sometimes we like to critique and just tell people off. Do you get what I'm saying? So there's not really a learning, because our ears become hard. Why are they telling me like that? Oh, but you know, he was very caring and just considerate to how you put that forward. And definitely, we are open to critique. That's one thing. We're not here for people's opinion, but knowledge, evidence-based critiques, we definitely are open to receiving that for the betterment of going forward and being better, however we can be better. So we definitely would just like to hear any critiques that anybody has of us at any time. Feel free. You can post our critiques to us, man in action, _man _ action _CIC on Instagram. That's our platform right now. If you want to message us and just let us know whatever critiques you have, feel free to send them on to us, so we can continuously keep improving our service and ourselves for the benefit of leading our community in what that looks like for themselves. That's the reality. It's each one teach one, and we can only, the best teachers are leaders of example. I'd like to say it like that.
Yeah. Sister Shares?
Yeah, thanks, Queen Nzingha, for that. What I would suggest, anytime when I'm in any demonstrations, I always have information. So because not everybody is well versed in how to approach the public, so to give them that equipment, we'll always have leaflets explaining exactly what's going on. And, you know, it's also people that's walking past and not thinking, oh, these people are what are they saying? So, exactly. You know, you've got that there, you give it to them, and that's how you start engaging people and calling them in there. Oh, is it? That's what's going on. So that's how you start engaging people. And you also, I'm not on Instagram. I don't do all of that stuff. Do you see what I mean? So we've got to think about those people that cannot actually read those platforms. So you've got to be digital user friendly for other people as well. So you know, maybe an emailing address as well would help with that. You know, so so that's what I would suggest.
No, thank you. And with that, again, in response, there's a few things. So the leafleting, the information, that's on us. It went out to be done, but we just didn't manage to get it. It didn't come back in time to get the leaflet. So next Saturday, we will have information that will enable us to do exactly what you said. So thank you for that. Yeah, we just didn't have it on Saturday. But that's on us. So we have to listen to the critique now. Where we failed in not having the right things to engage with our community.
It's not failing. It's not about
Yeah,
failing.
yeah.
It's trial and error. And please don't be hard on the brother. All right.
No. I can't be anyway because it's actually an elder, so I can't be. I have to be respectful.
Yeah.
I can't be fast.
Yeah. It's just about being more prepared, and do you know what I mean? It's just,
Definitely.
as I said,
to be honest,
I've been a campaigner for many years, so I know all those little tricks in it. So hence whilst, but the next person that hasn't actually done that, it's the first time, it's daunting for them, and you've got to accept that as well. Yeah.
Yeah. To be honest, why it came as quite a surprise is because that person, everything you've said, that person is like you. They've been a campaigner for a long time. They've actually are educating me on this process to what it looks like fully. So they've been the one that's giving me the same advice what you've just said there. So it's actually quite surprising that they turned around and had that attitude to the community. Do you understand? Like,
can I tell you, I've been working with that brother since the 1980s.
How you know Jesus? Respect Auntie Nzingha, because at least Auntie Nzingha knows who it is as well. So yeah, I'm gonna chat with my elder with love as well. I can't tell him my elders. Again, that man has taught me a lot. He's teaching me a lot. So again, we're all learning. We're all still learning. Learning is forever. If we feel like we know it all, then we have now reached ignorance. We're not open to learning or able to even learn anything for ourselves. We can better ourselves. So that person is very much open to learning and themselves as well. So yeah, it's fine. We're just gonna have a conversation. And again, it's a surprise because they've taught me everything that's been expressed about the campaigning trail, how it should be done, and they were quite upset that we didn't have the information because we were doing our best to have it for Saturday. So yeah, we will have the information for next Saturday. So when we are engaging, we'll be able to hand out flyers that will have the information of what we're doing, why we're doing it, and it will make it easier for people to engage. On the level of what you've expressed, those who might feel it's actually more daunting, because we know that brother that he's fine with engaging with his community, but for the ones who find it more daunting, even again, that's how we rolled on Saturday. Everything that we did was scripted. We weren't speaking off of script when we were dealing with the people that we needed to deal with. So the shopkeeper, I had a script for him. Our police liaison officer had a script for the police. We had a script for each other and how we deal with our community, and we're not moving from that script. So that was another part of the script that was just left out. And the more parts of the scripts that we have, the more easy it becomes to, as you've identified, express and communicate with your community. So that's it. Thank you very much for those words of wisdom and critiques. The critiques, I would more say.
Okay, thank you. DJ Supreme?
Yes, my brother. I just want to ask a question about the person who's being violated against. Has he put a counter-claim against all the injuries that he's got? Or is it just to get back whatever material, electronic material? Because it just seems a bit like if the person was being physically assaulted, then it's really stepped up from standing outside the shop, isn't it?
Yeah. So what's happened? He's put in a legal letter there in relation to returning his item. We have added the personal property, the damage of the personal property to the case at this time. His counterclaim is not going to be a counterclaim against them, it's going to be action against the police to deal with the arrest and even the property that was damaged in the arrest. So at this time, we are kind of leaning on a stretch, because everybody said that we shouldn't have asked the shop for the replacement of the items. But I've said to the brother, what do you want? I've asked him, what do you want? How do you feel about it? It's like, they didn't call the police, those things were not got damaged. So I do feel that they're responsible. And it is a stretch, but there is a reality where they are responsible, as you just identified in the counterclaim essence, that they are responsible because it's their action that resulted in his injury and harm and damage to his property. So we're asking him now, and in his claim, if they do not, in the claim that he's made, if they do not replace the item in 14 days, he gets to take them to court, which then enables him to go for compensation. So he can table whatever his compensation looks like at that time. If they do respond within the 14-day period, which they have done, then outside of the item being replaced, anything that they do would be a part of them actually offering compensation outside of any legal remit. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So then it would be to deal with what it looks like at that point.
Yeah, it's just that really, for myself personally, I don't know what happened, but it is nice to hear it's nice to hear a backstory before we go marching down outside the shop, shouting and getting angry. So we fully, personally myself, need to know the backstory, what's going on.
So the backstory is quite simple. Again, I said the brother bought an item from the shop. They asked him to pay cash when he was going to pay by card, $74.99. So they've asked him to pay cash. He paid cash. After 30 days, he went to use the item, and it was faulty. It was quite hot. On the letter that is actually sent to them from the legal aspect, it actually says that the item was so hot that it caused injury to the human, or actually fatality. Could actually cause a fatality. That's how dangerous the item actually was. So he took it back to them, explaining to them this situation and explaining the consumer rights law. This means that they should have replaced the item immediately. No arguments, nothing. They've told him they're not replacing it. They've gone around giving him a whole bag of excuses. Because he has previously, I don't know if he still is, but he said he was previously a manager in Tesco, so he knows the consumer rights law and what it is with electrical goods. So he's becoming quite frustrated with them. Say, look, you're dealing with me because like this because I'm black. I need my product back and I need it today because I've got the proof of purchase and everything. They've called the police saying that he's become irate and aggressive and threatening them in the shop. When he did say, if you don't give me back my property, I will just take it. I would say the same thing because I do know the rights. And I'm not saying that I'm going to do it. I'm aiming to get them in a position where they understand you need to change my stuff. But that's a very fine line because we know that we can get the police called on us for using our words in that way. So they've called the police, to which the police have come to the shop. When in leaving the shop, because the police have actually violated the fact that this is a civil matter, if they're not supporting a civilian in the matter based on the consumer rights law, they need to leave the matter alone, period. But they didn't. So when the brother was leaving the shop, they actually said to the brother, you have to leave and you have to do it this way. He's actually said, you're not going to get away with this. You will be hearing from me, which is his legal right. That's actually his legal right. And the police have arrested him for threatening and abusive behavior. That's not a threat. Yes, he was given a receipt at the point of purchase. He was given one of them idiotic till receipts that doesn't even tell you what item he bought, but he was given a receipt. And not only was he given a receipt, when he returned the item to the shop, there was a member of the shop who was in there when he brought the item, who confirmed he brought the item from the shop. Now, the Consumer Rights Act further says that any proof of purchase after the 30-day period is sufficient. So that is a proof of purchase. If a member of the shop, the retailer shop, says, I bought the item here, I bought the item here, that's proof of purchase. I don't need my receipt. But he did have the receipt, yes. So that's the backstory, DJ Spin, Supreme.
Supreme?
Oh, yeah. I just said thanks for sharing the backstory. Thanks.
Yeah, man. No problem.
Put it in the chat.
Sorry, you can carry on.
Is there any more questions?
There's no hands raised. Let me look to see if there's anything in the chat.
I think Jacqueline put something in there.
Did she?
Yeah, I answered that one on the roll. That was the question I asked. Yeah, I saw it come up.
Just testing you.
He's on the ball. He's on the ball. Okay. So what well, you said that the Black Father Support Group it started all off, but I mean you've gone up to different branches as well. So is it all of the same thing?
Well, again, Man in Action has grown. It started as the group. Man in Action has grown to be the organization which houses what we do. So Man in Action is now the organization, and Fighting Fathers is a group that the organization is running. The Male Empowerment Network, Men, is another group that we're running. We're just trying to find a house, literally a space, because I don't want to do that in my home anymore. I was doing it in my home for quite a considerable amount of time, for some years as well. And it did get us to a space of, again, great development. But we need a home for that. So I'm just currently looking at our home and what that looks like, a space where we can actually meet outside of my own home on a fortnightly basis or weekly basis. So literally, Man in Action is now the organization which houses the services and the groups that we have. So that's where we are with Man in Action. So Man in Action, the organization, we can provide mediation, provide advocates for parents and young people in different situations, provide appropriate adults to police stations for young people. We can, yes, we can be, that's the answer to that question that came up. We can provide support in a multitude of ways. We actually had an event that first started before lockdown, which was a young people's event, Fitness Friday. So that was sponsored by Nuffield Gym in Fulham. They gave us their space for free, so I was able to then give the opportunity for young people from the ages of 5 to 15 to come and get free fitness training every Friday after school, Fitness Friday. After COVID locked that down and our relationship kind of disintegrated during COVID, so I haven't heard back from them in their doors being open. But if anybody knows a local gym or space that I can utilize for doing fitness classes for young people on a Friday, that I'm definitely open to that. But again, any access, so have to pay even, because that was something that was doing quite well. The children quite loved it. And it was just good after school Fitness Friday, just getting young people to be more in tune with their body from a very early age, and building their body from a very early age, just using their body, literally. No lifting weights, no nothing. Just literally exercise games. So it's all in a fun way. Children will not stop moving, they will not stop laughing.
They need that. They need the laughter.
Yeah. And I'm actually gonna, within the next few weeks or by summer, be doing a weekend parents and children's fitness on a weekend, on a Saturday or Sunday morning, in line with one of my brothers from North London, Leone, and the realist, intense training. So he's doing the same thing, free training. When I was doing the training with the young people, the parents were like, oh, how can we get involved? What can we do? We'd like to train with them, because they could see that actually the type of training that I'm doing, parents could actually get up and join. But in the space, it was given for just the young people. So I said that I would actually get to a point where I do training for parents and their children together. So to see one of my brothers doing the same thing, and that's not something that we discussed, this is something that he's doing from North London up in South London. We said, you know, we're going to align that training together.
Excellent.
So I can provide it over in South London, he can provide it in North London.
Brilliant.
And we can just give our community more access to fitness. So there will be a free training session on Saturday or Sunday coming soon at a park, either Brockwell Park, Tooting or Clapham Common. Those are going to be one of the free parks that we're going to be doing it in. And that'll be free for an hour or two for parents and children to come along and actually just come and get fit in a fun way together, and as a community as well.
Excellent. We've got Pauline with a question, and then Joanne. Pauline.
Hi. Thanks for the wonderful presentation. Just wanted to know whether you're working with young
young people, I suppose, the youngsters in terms of enterprise, because I'm an accountant. Now, no, I'm not plugging my business or anything, the importance of young men who can't navigate the academic world, but they can utilize their vocational skills to put their creativity on maybe 12, 13. So they put that into an enterprise and they're surrounded by mentors, because we do need that business aspect. Our men, from a very young age, creating those businesses and challenging those energies into setting up businesses for generations to come. Because when we have our own businesses, it doesn't matter if it's small, medium, whatever, we can solve our own problems and we have that continuous stream of funding, you know, and it's about keeping our men in our community because they have businesses. I just wanted your views on that.
So part of Man in Action for myself, that was part of my own journey, just reaffirming my financial security and well-being and what that actually looks like for us as a community of men and women. So I've reached a place where I developed a workshop for beginners on investment, but investing in cryptocurrency, because that definitely is something that we need to learn and understand more about. We don't understand something, we definitely will fear it. And I've seen a lot of people fear cryptocurrency. But what I've done in developing this workshop for investing into cryptocurrency, it's a 3-part workshop. The first part doesn't talk about anything other than your mindset and having an investment mindset. So again, if anyone's got platforms where I can access young people and give them this workshop, I will do this with young people for free. Factually, this information they can have for free. I've done it for adults, and I'll do it for free for adults as well in certain situations. I managed to be able to develop this, put it on Eventbrite, and just have people just paying for it. But our community, listen, if you give me the space to give you the information, I'll give you the information. So young people, definitely, I want them to get this information. If there are platforms that anybody has here, I can provide a link to a platform which, as young people that can get this information, I'm letting you know now, I will do this workshop for free. So beginners workshop. For beginners, if anybody's knows anything about cryptocurrency on an intermediate or more advanced nature, this wouldn't be for them. And why? I definitely want to get to the young people. So I just saw the question. We fund ourselves and our administration. So people work with me or for me in support of the community. I pay them. I don't get any funding, which is why when you asked the question the first time, are we looking for funding? Yes, we are. If I have to go out into the community to support my community, if they are paying me in terms of giving me a donation, then that's how we're funded. If we don't get a donation, we keep it moving. It's fine. We're here to do the work. And that's got us to the point of making the group an organization so we can then access funding streams. But again, it's all learning processes. So we're just taking steps. And what our priority is, what our priority is and has been, is doing the work that is most necessary. So we've had to learn a lot of things on our road to also support doing the work. So right now, I'm actually looking for someone who can actually support in the funding arena, because that's not our focus. I don't want to take time away from supporting the community or providing certain support to the community to look at what funding looks like. I'll just keep it moving because I'm okay. I will pay myself to support my community, but the reality is that we should be paid for our time. So even like I did a mediation with one of my sisters, and I supported her for her coming in support of me, but we didn't get paid for that. We did that for free. And as soon as we finished that mediation, 2 witnesses from either side of the mediation said to us, they need our service. So we're just looking at even how much that service would be. What would we charge for that? So we're just working on things. But we fund ourselves. That's the reality right now in response to that question. So yeah, and again, if anyone's got platforms where I can give these, I can do these workshops, because I call it Financial Freedom 101. It's a 3-part workshop. The first part is about the investment mindset. The second part is about understanding cryptocurrency, blockchain, and the decentralized network. Those three components are clearly understood. And I think the blockchain component is the most important component of understanding. When you understand that blockchain has been around for longer than cryptocurrency, you might actually then understand that cryptocurrency is not going anywhere. It's actually crypto. When we send money digitally, our fiat currency, what we call cash money, it's not cash if it's in the bank. It's actually not cash. It's digital currency. And when we send that money digitally online via an app, make an online purchase any which way, what we didn't know is that money is now cryptocurrency being transferred over. It's not the cash that we believe it is or been told it is. They're using blockchain technology to facilitate digital transactions, and they've been doing it since the early 1990s. So these are some of the information that I put into the workshop. And even here, Auntie, it's a 3-hour workshop. I see 2 hours at least. But if you set another platform for me, I'll come in culture market and do the workshop for people on the culture market as well. That's fine. I'm open to do it now. So yeah, that's in relation to financial security and our young people definitely being versed in that and having a more entrepreneurial mindset. I definitely agree, and we are doing some work for ourselves to make that be a reality based on our own work. Because again, with the young people, you have to be able to show them that you've got it like that. If you ain't got it like that, they don't want to know. If you can show them, listen, I've done this, come and look at my account over here, come. Take them around the corner and show them a 5-figure or 6-figure account and 7. You've got them. So yeah, definitely open to things like that.
Brilliant. We'll be talking. Sister Joanne. You'd like to unmute yourself, Joanne? You have your hand raised. Do you have a question? Joanne?
I've asked her to unmute.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, there she goes.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I thought he's falling asleep, though, Anas.
No. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
I noticed when the flyer thing came up, it said men and women in action, but the brother had just been talking about assisting men. And I want to know, does he or his organization provide any services to or for women? Or is it just men for men?
Yes. This organization has created Man in Action, CIC, is for men, by men, for men. However, we are now able to provide services outside of men, which is women and young people. 2, Man and Woman in Action is coming because we have been working hard to bring women in action to the forefront as a singular organization. So what we're working with, like I said, I've got a sister that I did a mediation with. She's the lead for Women in Action. That's my cohort. We are already working together, but Women in Action is just not out there yet because they're still getting certain things together. But we still work together. So if Man in Action is doing something, we have sisters that can replicate what we're doing for women and are willing to also. They're just not haven't been doing it for as long as us. Man in Action started as a group in 2011. Woman in Action. Wow. Yeah, Woman in Action is just coming together in the last couple of years. Literally, I say probably the last year the most. We've got the most movement around Women in Action. So we do provide services for women. We're not, and we also are working at Women in Action being a charity, not a community interest company. We want Women in Action to be a charity for women, by women. And then what will happen is, as you can see by my sign here, you will see work coming where it will be man and woman in action being worked together for the benefit that's how we started. And that's how we need to end. As it was in the beginning, so shall it be in the end.
Okay, great, lovely. And you say your address is 21 Atlantic Road, is that correct?
31 That's for the boycott.
Okay.
That's for the
That's for the boycott. That's for the boycott. Yeah, 31 Atlantic Road, Brixton. Yeah, that's for the boycott.
Okay. So if I wanted to come along to see you, where would I come to?
Right now, I don't have any, the organization doesn't have a base. So I'm open to meeting people anywhere. Or if we again, as I said earlier, we're reforming and looking for a space where we can get back to having our meetings. So most of the work that we do is out in the community. Right now, we do workshops at other places or other, I might rent out a space to do a workshop, or somebody might invite me to their space to do a workshop or something like that. Or as it's been COVID, we've been using the online system. So right now I'm looking for a space that can house us on a permanent basis, at least even just to have our meetings, so people can actually come and find us somewhere in our space. But right now, it's just I get called out to the community.
Okay, how do people go about contacting you then?
They're on sorry, I can't remember the sister's name. Shez, yeah. Shez said earlier. We're working on our website right now because we are of the younger generation. We are a bit more social media ordained. So it's easier for our generation to use social media. That all the younger people that want to try and sort of get into or hooked into what we're doing, they're on social media. They're like one-click babies. They know what they're doing. So right now, we thought social media would be the first thing that we just have, so we could also promote ourselves and people can see some of the things that we're doing. So you can get in contact with us social media, or I'm going to give my phone number out right now so people can then get in contact with my phone number. And we are building our website, which also will have an email attached, but I'm going to give my personal email at this time. We don't have a Man in Action email at the moment.
All right.
So my phone number.
Okay, if you give me a few seconds and I'll grab a pen. Won't be a second.
No problem. Let me know when you're ready.
And don't forget to say slowly as well for those listening on Black Culture Radio.
I was going to do that.
Okay.
Because I forgot that this is also a radio show. It's also big up Black Culture Radio.
That's right.
Putting in the time out in his market to actually give this information to the wider community. I actually forgot. And it's so beautiful because this is like just having a conversation with family. So to actually realize that it's actually a radio show that's going out there as well, that is a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
So big up Black Culture Radio.
Yes, big up Black Culture Radio.
It's always the way. You can't find one
that works.
Yeah. Oh, can you come back to me in a couple of minutes? I'm really sorry.
Okay, you can still say the number for those who's waiting, and then you can repeat it.
I'm going to put it in the chat. I'm going to put it in the chat, and I'm going to say it out loud. Yeah.
Okay, beautiful.
Okay,
so
yeah.
Put my number in the chat first, and then after I put it in the chat, which I'm doing right now, I'm going to speak it out.
Okay, thanks.
So I'm going to put my number and my email in the chat, and I'm going to express that out to everybody else.
Right.
So that's done. So my contact details.
Yeah.
My email is my first name and my last name with the number 9. So DANIYEL Thomas, THOMAS, Daniel Thomas 9, the number 9.
Yeah.
So that's Delta Alpha November Indigo Yellow Echo Lima Tango Hotel Omega Mother Alpha Sierra 9 at gmail.com.
Got that, because I've now got a pen that's working. So.
Excellent. Contact number is 07 835 714 922.
714.
I'll say it again. 922. That's 07 835 714 922. Now, for those who are listening on Black Culture Radio and they are interested in fighting fathers, you can find our Telegram group. It's an open search group. It's a public group. Fighting space fathers. Fathers is spelled father apostrophe S. And in brackets, you'll see Man in Action. That's our group, and you're welcome to join the group, ask us any questions, get support, find out how we can support you in a plethora of ways. And our Instagram is man_in_action_CIC. So Man in Action CIC with underscores in between. Man in Action. Those are the contact details for you.
Thanks very much. Thanks a lot.
Oh, thank you.
I'll be in touch.
Excellent.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Any last words? So you got any final words, or you like to leave people with something?
Yes, I'm going to answer that last question. I will be doing work with existing Black organisations. This is not about...
This is BCR.
We're the only organisation that's doing the damn dues. Like, no. This thing is important to us. And our collective effort and collaboration is what's going to get us somewhere. So there's no way that this organisation exists to work alone, which is why we're having Women in Action as a separate organisation that we work together with. That already shows that obviously we're building new organisations to work together, but we are of a collaborative mindset. So again, Elder Minka, our boycott today was in collaboration of a multitude of organisations. The Africa Bantu Saturday School, Man in Action, does Community Frontline. That's 3 organisations working together for that boycott to exist. And Supersonic Ashley Flash, the Gorilla Man, he supported our organisation as well. So this is organisations working together. Our Kebelan, I've been doing community work for a minute, so the community knows me and knows that I'm in support of our community. So even our Kebelan radio, that was because I went to Peckham. So I'll be going on the radio show with our Kebelan. I've done previous things with Xtra, where we've worked together to do empowerment events for other organisations. So I'm fully open to working with existing organisations, new organisations, as long as their remit is actually our liberation and they're serious about it. Let's go. If it's not that, then you won't see me working with them. But if it's that, then you're going to see us working with them. That's it.
Yeah, it's a pity the Garveyite Village haven't got the building yet.
I'm telling you. But one of us are going to get it. So, and again, once we have it. Because if I get a building, when I get a building, access is for everybody. Access is for everybody. You know what I'm saying? Everybody doing what we're doing. This is not This is serious. This is serious.
And it is a time for coming together.
It really
Can't
is.
do things
It really
singularly
is.
anymore.
So yeah, in close, I just like to say thank you, Auntie G, for being consistent. There are times in the years that we've actually connected, but not got to this place. And as we both identify, it's like, nothing before is time in that regard. But I actually appreciate you for being consistent in what you've been doing. Again, and this is me. This is the answer to the question. I'm working with an existing organisation, Auntie G's Cultural Market. Been doing the thing for how long? Do you get what I'm saying? Providing a platform for people for how long to come and show the community that we are here and that we are working together. So I just appreciate being given the platform right now to just share and let people know that there is another organisation that is actually here to support us as a community in going forward and what that looks like. So thanks everybody for giving me the time, for lending me your ear. Thank you, Black Cultural Radio, for lending the ears of your listeners to what I've got to express and what I'm doing and how I can be of support to our community and potentially how the community can also support us, because there are things where as an organisation we are still lacking and we need to be built up to ensure that we go forward and can sustain ourselves as an organisation, as a group. It's quite easy to sustain ourselves as an organisation, as a group, but as an organisation it's going to take a little bit more work. So even if there's anyone that can, provide us with support, we're open to that as well. So thank you for the time, thank you for the platform, and that's all I have to say.
Thank
I give
you.
thanks to the ancestors and the Most High Creator.
Thank you, Brother Xtra. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I'm going to call on Shez. You're going to, for our sister who's on the management team, for our, is it our girl boss? Where is it? Where am I? Where am I? Girl boss boot camp. Sister Shez.
Yes. Sorry, yeah. So
it's all right. You can leave me hanging. Yeah,
no, sorry.
Right.
I just had to take a break there a minute. Yes. So, right. So, what are you saying, Brian?
I said you're sleeping. I was trying to make a joke out of it. Never mind.
I know.
I was trying to say you're sleeping.
I know he was. No, that's all right, Brian. I always take your joyous jokes in the spirit that's intended. So yes, that's fine.
Likewise.
Okay, so no, that's fine. All right, so that's me waffling on because I'm trying to find it myself now. Right, so yes, we've got a let me see if I can find that. Let me get the screen share actually. Bear with me. Yep. Yes, so this is a free week online training, specially aimed at our women, our young women, aged 18 to 30. What it will be starting from tomorrow, and the next one is on the 24th of June, and then the next one is on the 8th of July, which will be the ending of the 3-week session. So within this, we will be looking at session 1. We'll be planning those. We will be planning the goals. To become a girl boss will require a plan, getting support and discover new techniques that will help boost your goal setting. Also, session 2 will be boost your mindset. So that's the girl bosses need key skills, gain awareness of the mindset challenges women in business often face, and evaluate your opportunities. And the last session will be focusing on to be a social leader. So good social leadership skills, develop understanding of how to apply these principles to your own business ideas. So it's literally trying to help develop because our community is talented, and we often don't have spaces like this which they can actually access, which is free. So, and as I said, this is literally a female empowering goal planning and entrepreneurial workshops. And forgive me, I cannot recall the trainer's name, but she's got 20 years experience in delivering these types of workshops. And so yeah, and she is a woman of African heritage as well. So yeah. Also, it will be between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. So it'll be a 3-hour session on each sessions that take place. So yeah, we're looking at parents that might be like bringing their children to school, so that gives them that window. But also, I understand that it could be young mothers that has actually got babies as well. And they might not have that luxury of having that child in nursery and what have you, or have somebody to support them. But it's all about female empowerment. So I'm quite sure that we'll be able to accommodate that. So this is going to be this is a joint enterprise by ACE and also the Garvey Village as well. So so please, you can access this on Eventbrite. So all you need to do is just put in Girl Boss Bootcamp in Eventbrite. Remember, it's age 18 to 30, and it will come up. So please share this as well. It will be most useful if you could do that and try to empower our young women to be our leaders in in the future. So
to make them more alpha, yeah.
I was just about to say absolutely until I caught that. So yeah, it's a good job that I'm still awake, Brian.
That's right. I was only joking.
I know you was. I know you was.
All right, thank you.
So yeah, that's all right, Brian. So yeah, so that's the advertisement that's starting for tomorrow. One of our first workshops on empowering our girl bosses boot camp. Yep. All right, Auntie Jean.
Tomorrow at 11. Yep, brilliant. Thank you. And also, I have put into the chat the newspaper. What's it called? Business Direct?
Business Connect.
Business Connect. Tiredness, I get to me. So yeah, Business Connect, where we're actually collaborated with a newspaper, a sister called Blessings in Zimbabwe, and basically has given us 2 pages per week in the newspaper. So I've actually put that into the chat. Galactic Clyde, are you there? Would you like to say a little something on that? Because I know you came in and you was there busy, so I don't know if you're with your phone, Galactic Clyde.
I'm here. Yes. Greetings, and put my light on. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I've just put the newspaper file in the chat for everybody. They can download it to your device by clicking on it, and it will download to your device. So if you like to let people know about Business Connect.
Yes, let me just put on. Yes. Business Connect is a weekly venture with our sister from Zim, who's been running a newspaper. I don't know how long, but she's the only woman in action in terms of newspaper in Zimbabwe, and the newspaper has been filled with a lot of information concerning the different businesses in Zimbabwe, young people. I'm talking about young people, age 30 and under 30 and different age group, and what they're doing in terms of business venture. I mean, they're moving forward in terms of business. Some of them holding different skills or different degrees in different multiple business they're running. Just amazing when I go to the paper. But we'll be part of that weekly paper, putting in information in connection with the Garvey village. So this paper started this weekend, this Friday, and the feature at the start is Marcus Garvey and the Garvey village. So in the paper, you would see there's a whole discussion about the Garvey village and about Marcus Garvey. Just to connect the dot between the two, the connection between the Garvey village and Marcus Garvey itself. And so look forward to the paper. It's a free paper, and we'll be putting it on the WhatsApp group, as well as the different WhatsApp group and Telegram group that we have. I wish I could play Auntie. I don't know if you want to play. I did some recording and some of the stuff on the paper, but I don't know if we have time to play just one of the excerpt from the paper. But maybe another time we'll touch on that.
I wouldn't be able to do it. I mean, if you can connect, you could.
Okay.
All right. Do you want time to sort that out? We can talk about because I need to call on Sister Kasheni for the event that she's doing for the 27th, and also the Garvey village trip to Liverpool.
Okay.
You said that while sorting out.
I'll see what I could do, and we could come back with that. I also maybe wanted to touch on the connection with the. Let me just before I go with that connection, I was just going to talk about. We also have the sister that's running the paper. Her name is Blessing. She'd be on the Garvey village one of the Friday session. The date is the 18th, Auntie Jean.
Yes, it's next week, Friday coming up.
Next week, Friday, yeah. So she'll be on the Garvey village. So if you have any questions or you go to the paper and maybe interested in anything, anything that's highlight, or you might be interested in some of the work she's doing, then that's your opportunity to be there and listen to her and ask questions.
Sorry, sorry, Auntie June. Some people, well, Joanne and also Catherine, they said that they can't see the link for the papers. I don't know if
you see, it's
on their
okay.
I don't know if they're on their mobile phones whilst they can't see it.
Because if you scroll up a bit, you'll be able to see that there is a link.
Okay.
And if you just click on it, so just scroll up. How many is it? About 4, 5?
Yeah, so 11:51.
There's a link. If you click on that, if you touch it, or you put your cursor up to it, it says click to download. And you can and that will download to your device. And you'll see your file pop up and you say save. And it will save it.
Are you working off your phone, Joanne?
Hello, Joanne.
Yep, she's.
Can you hear me?
Yep,
yes, I can hear you now.
Yes, I am working off my phone.
Okay, so it's different.
Yeah, so you won't be able to do it.
Okay, you're on the email list. So what I'll do is I'll put it on the I'll put the link on the email, the next email I send out.
Okay, thanks very much.
All right.
That's all
okay,
right.
Thanks.
Okay.
All
right.
Also, Catherine K.
Are you the same?
On your phone as well? Okie dokie. Because she said
Yeah,
she
I'm on
can't.
the phone.
Yeah, so that would be the same for you. So what will happen, has Auntie Jean just said that she will make sure that it goes out on our mailing list, because you're on the mailing list, so you'll be able to access it then, yeah?
Thank you.
That's all right.
All right, no problem.
Oh,
Okay.
all right, Jacqueline, you would have to get in there. Yes. Don't worry, we will be in there as well. All right, Ms.
I'll put it out to everyone.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll put it out to everyone. Sister Kasheni?
Can you hear me? Hi there, good evening.
Oh, yes, right. Yes, we can hear you.
Give thanks. So yes, the 27th, it's June, and it's Ifa month. So many cultures in West Africa, and I can speak obviously for Yoruba, it's the start of a new year this month. And so people kind of know the word Ifa, they know Orisha, and so on. But there's obviously quite a lot more to that, particularly to do with the verses, the text, if you like, of Ifa that so much is based on, including the Bible and other sacred texts that are out there. And that in fact, that text has come from a female, Odu. That's why they're called the Odus, is actually named after a female deity, if you like. So we're going to talk a bit about that. And we're looking also at the sister from Cuba. I'm hoping it's going to be able to join us and also present how Santeria, as a branch of Ifa, survives and exists, and how that is the growth of that and its relevance, I guess, and its continuity in this time. So it's an interesting thing to know about our culture, because there are certain aspects so much in the traditions that we don't understand are part of our daily life, and we're just not raised in that frame. So it's a matter of just getting a view of that substance, because it's an empowering text. It's an amazing text. It's full of story, and stories are a very basic and fundamental way of gaining knowledge, a way of understanding. There are rites of passage. There are ways of making change. and so on. So the fact that we were able to download, if you like, all of this, and it's been missing from us in such a way over the past 500, 600 years, is how can we regain from it? Doesn't mean to say you have to turn into, change your religion and become traditional Ifa as such, but it's certainly a great teaching tool, a great learning tool, a great family tool to engage with. So let's celebrate it, and let's look at what it means to start the year in June and our own energies, so that in a sense, we're removing ourselves from the kind of January to December, everything and the whole world is inside of that. Well, actually, the whole world is not. In fact, the majority of the world is a totally different timetable. And it's time to relook at those energies for ourselves. So I look forward to people joining. So that's Sunday, the 27th in the evening. ACM special.
Thank you. Thank you. And that is a 7 till 11. And also, I'd like to let everybody know who don't know yet that the Garvey Village is doing a trip to Liverpool for a great fun-packed entertainment weekend. So, what is it? Fun-packed, my other screen is gone. Weekend from the 14th of July to the 18th of July. So we leave on a Wednesday and we arrive in Liverpool on the same Wednesday. And we're there until Sunday, the 18th of July. The early bird tickets is very few left, and which is £250. Which includes your board and your travel. And the early bird tickets actually finish on the 16th of June if the quantity that we have doesn't go before that date, then that it finishes on that date. So as I said, book early so you don't get disappointed. We are doing a trip to the Slavery Museum. Is going to be incorporated in the trip, and also a trip to the Lake District. More details can be sought by Galactic Clyde. Would you like to state your number, please?
Yes. If you're interested in signing up for the trip, just contact Galactic Clyde. My number, I'll put my number in the chat, but for those who are on the radio, it's 07961 476 356. That's 07961 476 356. I don't know if Mimi's there. I had a chat with Mimi. Can you give me a call when you get a chance? I think I need to find out some more information from you. Yeah. But let me put my number in the chat. Yeah. Okay, that's it.
Okay.
Shall I repeat the number again, Auntie Jane? Or we go?
Yes, please. Yes, repeat it again, please. Thank you.
That's Galactic Clyde and 07961 476 356 for signing up for the Liverpool trip.
Thank you. Thank you. Did you manage to find your clip?
Yes, I found it, but you haven't given me access.
Oh, sorry. Just multitasking here. Okay. All right. Got it now?
Okay. Let me just finish my name. Galactic Clyde. Yeah, that's in. Let me see access. Let's see. Click. Okay, let's see. Document. Screen. Share screen. Yeah. See, start now. Let's see. Which screen I want to share. Okay. Can you see? Can you see that?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm gonna play this clip, but I don't know. Let's see how the volume goes. Yeah.
Okay. If you do the shared sound. Can you see the sound so you can share the sound?
Can you hear anything?
No, we couldn't hear anything.
Hello?
No, we couldn't hear anything. I think you need to do the shared sound.
Auntie Jean?
Yes, can you hear me?
I think I know what happened.
You can't hear.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me, Auntie Jean?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Can you hear me, Auntie Jean?
Yes, I don't know if you can see me. We can hear you. I can hear you. But you obviously can't, yeah. But we can't, but you obviously can't hear me. Can you hear me, Clyde? Okay. While Clyde is sorting out the sound, I'm going to play.
Page 10 Zimbabwe young iconic pace setters in Kobile. Nzingha in Kobile is a registered legal practitioner, conveyancer and notary public with the High Court of Zimbabwe. She holds an LLB degree with the University of Cape Town and an MBA with the University of Gloucestershire. She began her career as a legal practitioner in 2007 at Coughlin and Welsh in Bulawayo, and has worked as a legal and corporate governance executive in government, media, and the financial services sector. In
It stopped.
It stopped.
Mm-hmm. So is that an excerpt from one of the articles?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, you were hearing it good then?
Yes, we was hearing it.
Okay, should I continue or leave it?
Well, it's getting late, but
okay.
I think people can get
just to give an idea, just to get an idea what. Yeah. Okay, great.
Okay, all right. I'm just going to thank you for that. Thank you. Okay. I'm just going to play one of the excerpts from Sista Kemet's poem before we wrap up.
Remember, always remember, you are not a slave, but the essence of those warriors, so bold and so brave. Against all odds, you survived it all. So stand high, forever stand tall. You came from great kingdoms of sophistication, knowledge and wealth, the leaders of maths and medicine. So people, please know thyself. In the next series of poems, we shall relate, speaking of our great kingdoms, to put the record straight. Now remember who you are, you great queens and great kings. Take your rightful places and let your reign begin. Ashe, ashe, ashe.
Okay. And don't forget to go to Amazon at the moment and get the book Twisted from Sista Kemet Imani. So it's already #1 and it's featured. So I think it's #7 in I think it's African poetry, but we wanted to go #1 all the way. So if you go to Amazon and purchase Twisted, you can put her on the map. She's already broken the Guinness World Book of Records. I mean, got a clip here that I think it's her publisher actually sent. I will quickly play that to you so you can hear for yourself.
So, Kemet, good morning. I don't know if you've checked Amazon this morning, girl, but that's what I do with my clients. When I post their books, I kind of keep a little tab on it. Now, I can tell you that right now in the Kindle store, so this is Kindle, you are #1. Let me repeat that. You're #1 in poetry, African poetry. Do you know how many books are on Amazon? 1 million. And then you're #7 in African literature. And then you are 440 in poetry books. That is a massive, massive move. Now, in the paperback, which is where I'm really trying to push for, you are #7. And if you just get a few more of your friends, like Oprah got some help from her friends you are, then you would make it to #1 to go and buy that today. And then you're 930 in all of the hard books on Amazon. You've done phenomenally well. We just need to do one last push, okay? And we could probably get 2 best-selling categories. So one more push, girl. Like, one more push. Push on the Kindle, push on the hard copy. Whichever they can buy, just push, 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 because both of them are #7 for the Kindle and the hardback. We're #1 in the Kindle store for African poetry, but we want #1 in the paperback as well. Thank you so much, and push, push, push. Remember, when you're having that baby, you push, okay? Push. The head has crowned. Now let us push.
Okay, and that is from Sista Kemet's publisher. So, as you see, those who haven't bought the book yet, please go and purchase your book, Twisted, and let her be one of the best sellers out there. It's an absolutely brilliant book, and it goes through our history. I'm not going to say too much, because if you came late, get the book, and then you'll understand.
Can I just add a reminder that Sista Kemet's got a book launch on Saturday, the 19th, 2021. The time will be 6:45 to 9:45 p.m. But Sista Kemet's asking if we can arrive at 6:30. And the address is the Bridge Community Hut, Tewkesbury Road, Tottenham, N15 6 SE.
Could you repeat that, please?
I knew you was going to say that. That's why I was saying it so slow.
That's good.
All right. So the book launch for Sista Kemet's Twisted book will be on Saturday the 19th, 2021. The time 6:45 to 9:45. Please arrive at 6:30 p.m. And the address is the Bridge Community Hut at Tewkesbury Road, Tottenham, N15, so N15 6 Sierra Road, Echo. So it's 6 SE. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And also a big thank you to Sista Kemet, who came and introduced her book Twisted to us. And congratulations already on the book, the sales of the book, and it hasn't even been launched yet. So big, big, big congratulations and well done to Sista Kemet. And also Queen Nzingha, thank you for gracing our screens yet again and showing us and letting us know the women in the Garvey movement. And there's quite a few, naturally.
It's a good thing you asked her to give you the names of those 3 women. That was a good thing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And also big thank you also to Banda Peter, aka Tam-ARa. Tam-ARa, did I say that correctly? I said it wrong again, didn't I?
Tam-ARa.
Tam-ARa. I'll get it right eventually.
You got so many names to remember.
Yeah. I'll get them twisted.
Yes, it'll be hard on yourself.
And that's a hint also for you to get your poems together and put it in a book.
I will. It's a long time coming. I sure will.
Okay.
I'm grateful for the inspiration I received there in order to do so.
Excellent. I hope it's pushing you in the right direction.
Yes, it sure is. Push, as the ladies.
Push. Okay. Give thanks. And also give thanks to our brother Xtra. Thank you for joining us. I mean, it was a lastminute.com, but you've came and you've let us know what's actually happening, let us know what you're actually doing. And as I said, hopefully we will be working together. All right. So there's loads of opportunities for us to be helping our community by working together.